Hello. I'm back. Sorry, the Umineko drought has gone on longer than anticipated, but you know, I was enjoying my vacation, so hello, hello. However, it's a mirage. What do you mean? My appearance here, or hello, Dell. Let us continue. No, you weren't really here. Ah! Thank you for 26 months. 2 whole years plus 2 whole months. Thank you so much for your support, Dell. I am here in a digital sense. I gotta review what happened last time. Right. So on the magic side, we've got this person now who's supposed to be like applying Nox's rules of detective stories to everything. And these two are also part of this whole thing. And George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji are all dead. They all got frickin' sliced open by the neck. And Kraus is missing. But if they're gonna follow the first Twilight or the 6, maybe he's dead? We'll find out. So Natsuhi has had a lot of weird stuff happening, so things aren't looking too hot for Natsuhi, so she's conferring with her imaginary friends here. The time for playing is over. Here I go. In that case, I shall acknowledge that Kinzo did not enter or leave the study. Why don't I accept your locked room? That's right. It's kind of the witches versus Nox right here at the moment. For your attention, I beg to inform you that Beatrice has changed her pattern of attack. Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a locked room had resisted, did an about-face. She declared that she would accept that proposition. Of course, this didn't mean that she'd surrendered. This was a new attack of Beato's. Blanner noticed this and readied herself. What's going on? Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the locked room when she's trying to destroy it, eh? She's probably going to claim that Kinzo existed outside of this room. Reactivation of the Great Lady Beatrice's warp portal confirmed. Alright, Beatrice blue text. Natsuhi claims to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said that she spoke with him face to face. Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there is no contradiction as long as they had a conversation. I mean, that's hard to refute with red text. Given that we know that Kinzo is dead. Uh-oh. After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Lanner's foot. Ow! Owie, her toesies. You sure are slow. Top of the foot, all mine! Natsuhi used the internal phone line in this study to speak with Kinzo, who was in another place. There's nothing strange about Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicting that they would enter his study and leaving to go elsewhere. He might have gone to the hidden mansion, Kuadorion. The power of Beato's blue truth began to dwell in the stake of Asmodeus, piercing the top of Dlanner's foot, changing the stake into a blue wedge. Not bad. That makes sense. Yeah. Blue truth. Valid. A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up with Beato at its center. The magical power of the pitch-black gate that had been smashed was once again refilled. If she could hold Dlanner off here somehow, this time she would be able to warp Kinzo out of the study, all the way to Kuadorion. Dlanner moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot. But it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss this chance. No witch would. I have more, so prepare yourself. There's a chance that the Kinzo mentioned by Natsuhi does not refer to the person himself. The Kinzo spoken of by Natsuhi might have been another name for this room. That's interesting. Kinzo had taken refuge in Kuadorion and was impossible to contact. You might be pushing yourself with this one, girl. You might wanna calm down a little. Edwards, hello. Perhaps Natsuhi called this room Father. And by contemplating inside of it, she felt as though she had received some sort of revelation from Kinzo. Beatrice, you're making her sound nuts. We've stopped you from moving. You've already lost. Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Dlanner's neck. Of course, even this didn't cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Interesting. Is that all? Alright, she has a high little voice, right? You don't call it a full course dinner if you stop at the soups and hors d'oeuvres. I'll hit you with the main dish and the desserts at once, so watch your stomach explode and die! Even if, as you say, this is a locked room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility that he is still hiding in this room. I'm not talking about a hidden door. He might be under the bed or above the ceiling. He might be hiding in such a subtle blind spot that even a demon would not recognize it. Girl, why are you just scatter firing this shit? Or it might be that Natsuhi ordered by Kinzo to act as his proxy. Considered herself both his representative and another Kinzo. In other words, it's possible that Natsuhi was also Kinzo. Girl, things, I have a bad feeling about this. I've got plenty more. At 11 o'clock last night, Kinzo escaped out the window. Natsuhi watched him go, then locked the window. This doesn't lead to any problems. In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet. How's that? Dlanner A. Nox? There are any number of ways to escape from this locked room. Know your foolishness in trying to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. Just suffer defeat here and sleep for all eternity. Putting the sisters to work, man. The 7 sisters appeared from Banto's golden tornado, one after another, and they pierced Lanner with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her neck, her chest, her gut, and her thigh. Including the one buried into the top of her foot, she had been pincushioned by 5 stakes. That's almost like the Twilights, except one is not in the top of her head. Oh, Beatrice-sama! What about my turn? Right, coming from greed. Not greed, envy. Mammon is greed. Yeah, Leviathan's envy, so she's like, why didn't you listen to me? I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. How's that, Dlanner the Witch Hunter? After skewering so many witches in the past and burning them at the stake, how does it feel to have the tables turned and be skewered by a witch? They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely one after another. Though a total of 5 wedges pierced Lanner, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited. Oh! Witches sure are scary, yeah? You can't beat twisted logic, yeah? Yeah, that was like Battler and the small bombs. They don't violate the Nox Decalogue. They're all valid. Well done, Beatrice. Even if there was no one in the study, and even if it was a locked room, that alone isn't enough to deny Father's existence. Against a normal opponent, I'd think the matter's settled by now. But this is Delanner, Chief Inquisitor. This ruthless woman even killed her father when he violated the 10 Commandments. Kinzo, now! Now that Delanner had been pinned down, this was their last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to rise slowly in front of Beato and Kinzo. Though the gate had once been opened by simply drawing in the air, it wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial. Do you see now, everyone? No matter how much you question the state of the study, the truth of Father's good health remains unshakable. Oh, very bold words. I suggest you don't forget that you and I are both also a part of this battle. I cannot fight against witches, but I can fight against you. That face. Erica grinned with a smile more demonic than a real demon's. That demonic face. Natsuhi-san, let me ask you again. Are you sure that last night you spoke with Ushinomiya Kinzo-san in this room? Yes. I've said repeatedly that I reported the day's events to him and bid him good night. This may be a strange thing to ask, but since it's needed to prove your innocence, please answer me straightforwardly. Is this Kinzo-san you speak of the same Ushinomiya Kinzo-san we are all thinking of? It isn't a different person or thing with the same name, is it? Oh, I'm not really sure what you mean. It's like this. You didn't, for instance, start calling this room itself Father after Father's death, right? That's what she's asking. You said you gave a report of the day's events to Father before bed, right? That doesn't mean you were here alone, delivering your report directly to the wall of the study and addressing it as Father, does it? How rude! Nothing of the sort happened! Father is Father! He is in good health! And I most certainly gave him a report and said good night to him in this room last night. I'm not trying to trick you or talk my way out of anything. I see. In that case, cannot you repeat what I tell you to? If you aren't tricking or deceiving us in any way, you should be able to repeat my words. Fine. I'll repeat whatever you want. I'm a big doo-doo head. I'm a big doo-doo head. Repetition requested. Who do you think you are, Ushinomiya Battler? Ushinomiya Natsuhi at 11 o'clock last night. Spoke with Ushinomiya Kinzo in this room, where he was also present. I, Ushinomiya Natsuhi, at 11 o'clock last night, spoke with Ushinomiya Kinzo in this room, where he was also present. Good. Then I'll ask one last thing. Seriously now, Natsuhi-san. You didn't do anything such as throwing Kinzo-san out of the window after your conversation and locking the window behind him, I presume? Because everything still makes sense if you did. Why would I send father out through the window? This is intolerable! This mockery is intolerable! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Oh, we got some red text. The Kinzo Natsuhi mentions refers to nothing other than Ushinomiya Kinzo. What? How? Thank you for the raid. I believe you were doing art. What were you drawing? Thank you for the raid. Let me shout you out. Yeah, what were you drawing? Hey everybody, if you don't know me already, I'm Katie. I'm a Felta Gumi. And I like to stream story-driven games and felting sometimes. You're doing line art for an art fight attack. It's gonna cut it close. Oh, cool! I need to find out more about art fight. It seems really fun. That's really cool. I hope you make it. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for raiding in. I hope you do what you need to do for the evening. And I'm in the middle of a logic debate in Umineko and seeing if this mysteries follows Nox's commandments. So if you don't want to get spoiled, that's one thing. But if you don't care about that, I hope you have fun, because this is getting to be really fun to voice act. Man, I totally get it. That was me yesterday after getting back from my trip. All right. Thank you so much for the raid. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Natsuhi claims that she was face to face with Kinzo in the study at 11 p.m. Natsuki let out a cry, but it was too late. Uh-oh. She had completely risen to their provocation. The blue wedge to the foot representing a telephone discussion. Oh yeah! No longer valid. The blue wedge to the neck representing the study itself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the gut representing Natsuki herself being called Kinzo. Correct. The blue wedge to the thigh representing Natsuki letting Kinzo escape out of the window and locking it afterwards. Oh, why would I let him out through the window? That's right. The four of them shattered with the sound of thin glass. Because Natsuki, the one who knew the truth, had denied them. Those denials had gained the power of the red truth. Despite Kinzo's absence from this locked room, Beato had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Wait, this is interesting. If somebody who knows the truth denies something, those denials gain the power of red truth. I wonder if that's a hint for anything that's happened in the past. I don't know what, but I wonder if they're trying to tell us something. Despite Kinzo's absence from this locked room, Beato had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Natsuki had carelessly destroyed the premises behind 4 of those herself. Only 1 wedge remained. In other words, this was the last blue truth which could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 11 o'clock but not existing there later after it had become a locked room. There was only the theory that pierced Lanner's chest. Kinzo was hiding somewhere in this room, and they simply have to look, right? With this theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this locked room of a study, he could exist here. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would become hopelessly dim. Beatrice-sama! Quickly! Escape while you still can! Lanner slowly grasped the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Her vice-like grip seemed to be causing Satan intense pain, as though all the bones in her body were being broken. All that remains is this one wedge. It was about Kinzo hiding somewhere in this room, correct? I am the detective, and I have searched everywhere. If even I haven't found him, just where do you suggest he is hiding? With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Lanner slowly approached Beato. Yeah, so there are 7 demon sisters who are supposed to represent, each represents one of the deadly sins, and they all have names of demons in hell. So there's like Beelzebub, but yeah, there's also Lucifer and Satan. So yeah, Satan's a cute girl in this game. And she represents wrath. With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Lanner slowly approached Beato. If this wedge was taken out, then... Allow me to ask. Just where in this study is Kinzo hiding? Who knows?
ベッドの下かもしれません。
Maybe he's under the bed.
探索済みです。
That possibility was searched and voided. Yow, slice.
バスタブの中かもしれん。
Maybe he's in the bathtub.
探索済みです。
Searched and voided.
クローゼットの中。
Inside the closet.
机の下。
Under the desk. That's like, what is going on right now?
カーテンの束の。
Behind the curtains.
探索済みです。済みです。済みです。
Searched and voided. 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 This is fun. All right, you guys ready for this? All right, you guys ready for this? Behind the bookshelf. Behind the closet. Under the carpet. Under the floor. Above the ceiling. Behind the wallpaper. Inside the sofa. Inside the chair. Inside the bed. Inside the blankets. Inside the walls. Inside a rock. Inside a stone. Inside the room. Voided. 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 What? Void. Dead. Void. Dead. Die the death. Sentenced to death. Great equalizer is the death. I need to hear that again. I need to hear both of those again.
本棚の裏、戸棚の裏、絨毯の裏、床裏、天井裏、壁紙の裏、ソファーの中に椅子の中、ベッドの中に布団の中に壁の中、石の中、岩の中、部屋の中。
Okay, so she's trying to. Okay, so there's a guy who's dead, and the person Beatrice is supporting is hiding the fact that he's dead. And so she's claiming that she met that guy in this room yesterday and spoke with him. And she got accidentally caught in confirming something that that ended up destroying several alternate possibilities. And so the only possibility left that could hold with all of the logic was that he's in the room somewhere. So, but they already searched the room. So Beatrice is positing all these different places he could be. And then Glanner's denying all of them because they've all been searched.
すみです、すみです、すみです、すみすみすみですですです、すみすみすみすみすみすみすみすみですですですですですですですです。Died death, sentence to death. Great equalizer is the death.
So, that's kind of cute. So, sumi desu. Like, desu is, something you say at, like, is, I guess? It's at the end of a lot of sentences. So it just kind of affirming in a very neutral way that all these things are like, not true. And so des is also like the way you write the English word death in Japanese, like the way you sound it out, is also des. So that's why they came up with this pun that's like voided, which sounds like dead at the end, and then she starts just saying dead, 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 death, death, death. No locations would work against Lanner by this point. I'm told ne and des are a Japanese equivalent to a British person saying in it. Well, that would be if they're together, like des ne or ne by itself. That's about right. Ne, des ne. No locations would work against Lanner by this point. Lanner took Beato's final desperate onslaught head on, turning everything back with a far stronger power of denial. Oi, it's a bit damp in here, Desne. Yeah. That would work. What was humid? Musu desne? No, that's not quite right, but whatever the word for humid was. I knew it because I hated humid days so much, but I'm blanking at the moment. But yeah, literally, it works like that. That's a great way of remembering how you'd use ne in a sentence. Turning back everything with a far stronger power of denial. I love the sword animation. Smack them down! Beat them down with overwhelming force! No longer is there any place in this study for Kinzo to escape to. Beato was blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind. Knocked around over and over again like an empty can lying on a road. By now, no matter how many times Beato used the blue truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Dlanner's red truth. You witches are truly pitiful beings. You just try to talk your way out of things endlessly in an attempt to cover up the truth. Let me borrow Dlanner's words. I'm disappointed, Beatrice-san. Yeah, it's even worse. She pretty much is Rika. Like her name is Furu do Erika, when Furu de Rika is the name of the girl. Actually, Rika's in here twice. Check this out. 2 Rikas. Apparently, this is more like the Rika and Higurashi, but now she's like an interdimensional powerful witch of miracles who also like has no soul left. And she got Furudo Erika to play the detective in this murder mystery, to be kind of her piece on the game board. That explains the news Higurashi anime, does it? Erika coldly delivered these decisive words to Beato, who was crawling on the ground.
探偵権限
Detective's authority.
探偵は全ての現場を検証する権利を持つ
The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes.
そして私は権利を行使しました
And I have exercised that right.
よって宣言します
Therefore, I can say this.
この部屋に金蔵さんはいません
Hinzo-san is not inside this room.
そして部屋の密室も完璧です
Furthermore, this room is a perfect locked room. Yeah! Crack a cold one open, boys. Let us relax to crazy witch versus logic battles. Furthermore, this room is a perfect locked room.
以上の2点から断言します
From the above 2 points, I can state this
この
fact.
部屋はずっと無人です
This room has been uninhabited all along.
夏志さんが金蔵さんに昨晩ここで会ったと嘘をついていたのです
Natsuhi-san was lying about having met Kinzo-san here last night. Pura Vida Amigo Lemon Agave flavored, 5.9%. That sounds tasty. Wow, lemon agave beer. I'd try that. That sounds good.
以上これでチェックメイトですベアトリーチェさん
And that is checkmate, Beatrice-san. Wow, there she goes.
いかがです
What do you think of that?
ただこの部屋が存在するだけで
All it takes is the presence of this
フル
room.
ドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です
And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか皆様方
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? The last stake. At these words, the final wedge shattered. And at the same time, the pitch black gate, which was about to open, shattered once again. Rather bitter, but the lemon comes out a bit later. Ah, kind of like that. I see. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kinzo be permitted to exist in this room or escape from it. Beato struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She no longer had the energy to fight. She had taken all of the denying red head on from close range. It was all she could do to withstand the pain, which was so strong it felt like she'd vomit up all her insides. Even Beato, who had held a monopoly on the title of strongest and most evil witch all this time, couldn't do a thing against a witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on the beach, it can never win against the rising tide. Hey, I'm back, baby! Sorry, Kinzo.
やっぱ 相手が悪い。
She really is too tough for me. Happy to see you. Aw, thank you. And you should be happy to see Beato taking a big L right now. Even though it's not really Beato, it's like Natsuhi's imaginary friend Beatrice, but still. Sorry, Kinso. She really is too tough for me. Beatrice, I thank you. You fought so hard for me despite your lingering grudge.
四季を悟ると走馬灯が見える。
I know.
らしいな。
There's a lot going on. I guess it's true that your life flashes by when you see death coming.
そなたの若かりし日々の面影を思い出してしまったぞ。
I've remembered how you once looked when you were young. What, did he look like
腹
Battler?
が立つくらい。バトラーに似ておったな。
You were annoyingly like Battler.
私の魂、そして当主の資格も今やすべてバトラが受け継いでおるわ。
Battler is now carrying on everything, including my soul and the right to lead the family. You think anyone knows anything at this point? That is such a huge question, Tao. Encompassing what is the anything?
もはや何の未練もなし。
I no longer have any regrets. Natsuhi was given a kid by Kinzo. Do I? I've been trying. Some people have been saying some of my theories are pretty good. And apparently some of the mysteries about episode 1, I got vindicated in finding out some of the answers to the mysteries I had were right, but not all of them. So Natsuhi had given a kid by Kinzo and went so mad over the perceived failure that she pushed it off a cliff. That's about, that seems to be what's going on. But Natsuhi, I think, is in big old denial and blocked out the whole incident. What's my theory? You only know because you finished, but good luck. Thank you, Phenomime. Alright, you mean my theory about, like, the whole thing be? Or, like, episode 1, or this current episode, or... Oh, what I was correct about. I am... So there was a murder in episode 1 where it was like a locked room and everybody was like, oh my god, this is impossible. How did, like the door had a chain on it, so you couldn't, you know, you try to open the door and it can only open a little bit because the chain's on it. And yet Eva and Hideyoshi both got murdered in there at like angles that were impossible to hit from this crack in the door. And yet, you know, the chain was done on it, so everyone's like, oh my god, how did the murderer get in here? And when people went into the room, nobody fucking looked under the bed. So I was like, the killer's still there, under the bed. And none of you looked. They could have just did the chain and the locks and everything and just hid under the bed. And it turns out that's valid, or may actually have been what happened. I no longer have any regrets. Thank you.
バトラー、すまぬそなたと二 再び戦おうと誓いながらこの程度で手仕舞いとは無念だ。
Battler, my apologies. Though I swore to fight with you once again, I must settle my accounts with something like this. How pitiful. What do you mean by a tulpa? Also, Beato, that's real funny of you to say. To Beato, it seemed as though Battler had met her gaze. There was no way he could have. Oh, a creature believed into existence? It seems so, yes. Because the Beato, like, main character of the game, we know is kind of in a catatonic state right now. Or like even more like a coma, really. And so the Beatrice who's in this murder mystery is clearly not the same person. So I think with that, they're trying, like, this is the answer arcs. A tulpa, basically an imaginary friend, the person can manifest so hard in their head that they effectively can act like their own person. Yeah, I think poor Natsuhi has several of those. She's struggling. But I think, so we're now in the answer arcs. We were given the question arcs, which means what we see from now on is supposed to have some answers to stuff that came before. So, I think this is trying to show that we can't, yes, we're in the answers arc now, after, what answers? I know. True, episode 5, yeah, because there's 8 episodes. The first 4 are the question ones, and the last 4 are the answer ones. Well, I think it's trying to give bigger and bigger hints, right, to the answers of like what's really going on, especially in like a magic doesn't exist kind of context. Or basically like just what's really going on. So I think with this, they're trying to give a hint that in the older episodes, like the previous episodes, if we saw somebody like a witch, for instance, have a big old conversation with somebody who should be real, as long as Battler wasn't there. Well, not even if Battler was there. Basically, like, it's possible to have been fooled by such a thing. Like, in this visual novel context, these conversations that never really happened can happen if it's, you know, true to the person having the conversation, even if they're, you know, talking to themselves or, you know, thinking about somebody who died, or in Natsuhi's case, she needs a whole team on her side being like, you go girl, you got this. Hydrate, thank you. So the answers are there, but they're not easy to find generally. Ooh, they are getting me today. Trivia time. Oh, I'm prepared. I just found something new out before I started. So, not even that long ago in the grand scheme of the Earth, like just some hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Sahara Desert actually had a lake so massive it was like bigger than like individual Great Lakes in North America. But it dried up But the name that scientists are giving the lake is, get this, Lake Mega Chad. There's your trivia. Lake Mega Chad. So that's gonna be my comeback to if people are being weird, like, you know what happened to Lake Mega Chad? It dried up. I was prepared with trivia that time. There was no way he could have. This battler was the peace battler. Yeah, but this isn't the real Beatrice either. There was no way he could see Beato in this higher level world. However, his eyes really did meet hers. Wow, how romantic. Even though they couldn't have, Beato was sure they did. As Erika, Eva, and the others closed in on Natsuhi, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from that tumult. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene. And the expression on his face was a quiet displeasure, anger. He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsuhi because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't forgive Erika, who was simply enjoying the intellectual rape of cornering Natsuhi, or any of the people going along with her. Then he whispered softly, "Dame daze."
ダメだな。
Dame dana. No good. Beato and the others definitely heard that. This is Natsuhi imagining what fake Beato would react to imagining the real battler, her eventual demise. Well, that's a real good question. There. Because Beatrice can also, since these are like, if you think of this as the game board, right? There's also those cases in bottles. It's possible these are all stories being written by different people, like even in universe. And so it could be the, in this case, I guess Lambda Delta, who's supposed to be the witch running the game, could have slipped that in there. Additional fun fact, the sands in the great deserts of Africa still contain leftover minerals from the silt and fauna that lived in those. Oh, in Lake Mega Chad? The wind currents pick up those particles and carry it across the Atlantic Ocean. That's where to? Oh, where? Where? The Amazon rainforest. The entire reason it's so big is because the sands carried by the winds get caught in the rain clouds that enrich the ground there, making the plants grow massive. Wow, that's wild. From Mega Chad sand that gets carried over the entire Atlantic. This is a reverse stick it up, give you my money. Yay! Thank you, Dan, for 10 months. Wow, thank you, Lake Mega Chad Sand, for the Amazon rainforest. Where would we be without you? Thank you. Beato and the others definitely heard that.
バトラーはまさか この劣勢を
Yeah, truly a mega chad of a lake with some great ass silt. You don't think Battler might turn things around from this weakened position?
ありし日の私ならできただろうな。
I probably could have done it back in the day.
そしてバトラならできるであろうぜ。
And Battler can probably do it.
バトラ
バトラよ。
Battler!
私より全てを受け継ぎし男であるならば、今こそその証を示せ。
Battler, if you are indeed the man who will inherit everything from me, now is the time to prove it.
黄金の魔女伝説をこんなところで終わらせるな。
Don't let the legend of the Golden Witch end here!
私は昨夜確かにここでお父様に会いました。
It's true that I met Father here last night.
確かにです。
It's true!
そして後宮家の栄光ある歴史とそれを担う責任の重さにつ
Instead of
いて
spamming Aglaya, you're spamming trust. Hey! That means you can watch Goomyneko during polls if you're playing at DPS. Yay! And he spoke to me of the Ushinomiya family's glorious history, as well as the burden of bearing it.
もうその嘘は暴かれているんです。夏日さん、
Your lie has already been exposed, Natsuhi-san.
あなたが昨夜一人でこの部屋にいたことはもう分かってるんです。
We already know that you were alone in this room last night.
そろそろ諦めて告白に入ってもらえませんか？
Would you please give this up now and launch into your confession?
犯人の王
You
者
know,
行き
like this is fucking Ace Attorney.
の悪さとミステリーの出来の悪さは比例するんです。
The culprit's refusal to capitulate is proportional to the poor quality of a mystery.
最後くらいこれがちょっとはマシな三流ミステリーだったことを証明してください。
At least show me that this third-rate mystery had some redeeming qualities in the end.
ああ、ダメだな。
Yeah, this is no good.
全然ダメだぜ。
No goddamn good at all. Battler, who had been silent, off by himself up until then, finally spoke. At first, it sounded as though he was attacking Natsuhi. However, when Erika realized he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure.
何がダメなんですか？
Exactly what is no good?
ミステリーが三流なら、その探偵も三流だな。
Get her! Hey, Dan, here you go. Battler's about to drag Erika, dragging her ass. If the mystery is third rate, then so is the detective.
いいぜ。
Listen up.
俺がじい様になって。
I'll be grandfather for you.
バトラ
あなたが金蔵さん？
You'll be Kinzo-san?
まさか金蔵さんになってこの部屋からの失踪を再現してみせようというんですか？
Are you saying you'll become Kinzo-san to reenact his disappearance from this room?
まさか私のチェックメイトを否定されるというつもりで？
You can't possibly intend on denying my checkmate.
バカな。
That's ridiculous.
この男は何を言ってるのですか？
What is this man saying?
新しく来たお嬢さんなら、
Hey, new girls.
ここのゲームは初めて
Is this your first game here?
だ。悪いが、その程度でチェックメイトって言っちまうようじゃ、
Sorry,
全然ダメだぜ。
but calling checkmate after something like that is no good.
本当にダメだな。
Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all.
どういうことだバトラー。
What are you talking about, Battler?
お前が親父になるだと。
You're gonna be dad?
おい、
Yeah,
再現してや
I'll reenact it.
る。俺がじい様になって、この部屋から消え去る。
I'll become grandfather and disappear from this room.
時
扉も窓もアウトやで。どうやって？
You can't use the windows or the door. How are you gonna do it?
隠し扉の場所が分かったんですか？
Goda! Did you find where the hidden door is?
私たちにはさっぱり。さっぱり。
We don't have a clue. Yes, not a clue. Russell. That sound wasn't just the noise of the onlookers fidgeting. It was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine.
気に入りました。
I like it.
そうですね。あなたは当主の指輪を持つ後ろ宮家次期当主。
Yes, you are, after all, the Ushinomiya family head, the one who bears the head's ring.
金蔵さんの代役を務める資格は十分あるでしょう。
That should more than qualify you to stand in for Kinzo-san.
見せてもらおうじゃないですか。
So
あな
let's
たの
hear.
推理
So let's hear your deduction. Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile. It was malicious. Extremely displeased. She couldn't conceal her anger at having her most pleasurable moment ruined.
どうやってここからわらわたち
How will he get us out of here?
読めたわ。
I've got it.
なるほど。その手が残っておったか。
I see. So that move is still available.
今頃気づいたかクソじじい。
So you finally figured it out, you damn geezer.
隠し扉だのベッドの下に隠れただの情けねえ話ばかり開けてくれ。
Hidden doors and hiding under the bed. All that stuff is so pathetic, I was almost weeping for you. Oh, so this is gonna be the answer to, how Kinzo got out of the locked room in episode 1? I did propose he hid under the bed, but let's see, I guess.
俺たちは天下5年の後ろ宮金蔵の話をしてるんだぜ。
This is the Ushinomiya Kinzo we're talking about here.
痛快かつ豪快な答えは出てこねえのかって。
There's gotta be a more thrilling and exciting answer.
まったくだ。
Exactly.
自らのこととはいえ、私にも思いつけなかったとは情けない。
How pitiful that I couldn't even match my own ingenuity.
そして我が血族がこれだけ揃い、私も理解しているのが6年を経て帰ったバトラだけというのも情けない。
And how pitiful that with all of these relatives of mine present, the only one to understand me is the grandson who's returned after 6 years of absence.
バトラ、私の代役であるぞ。
Battler, you are my acting proxy.
無様な真似は見せるな。
Do not disgrace my legacy.
おうじじい。
Sure thing, Gramps.
後ろ宮家当主の貫禄ってやつを客どもに教えてやるぜ。
I'll teach these guests what the majesty of the Ushinomiya family head is all about. So if all these people are in Battler's head, he sure is making himself look like a hero in his daydream, I guess. What are you planning to do, father? It still might be Natsuhi's daydream. Maybe she's really gassing up her nephew in here.
ナツヒ、ベアトリーチェ、見ているがいい。
Natsuhi, Beatrice, stand by and watch. Why would she? Because she's trying to get out of this without being caught in a lie. And it looked like she was doomed. And now her nephew has just stood up like, I got an idea of how he could have gotten out of here. And so it's like the one glimmer of hope for her.
後ろ宮家当主とはどういうものか教えてやる。
We'll show you what it means to be the head of the Ushinomiya family.
バトラー何をしてみせるつもりだ
That battler, what is he trying to prove?
何もできるわけがないです。
There's no way he can do anything.
この部屋は管 完全な密室なんですから。
This is a perfect locked room.
夏山さん、こっちへ来てくれ。
Aunt Natsuhi, come over here.
そして今から話す通りに動いて。
Baffler. Ooh. I'll tell you how I want you to move. Battler called Natsuhi over to the window and whispered something to her with his back towards the others.
ミス・ドラノール、
Miss Lanner,
万が一はありませんよね。
there isn't a remote chance of a mistake, is
こ
there?
の部屋から金蔵と魔女を取り逃すようなことはありえませんよね。
It is impossible for Kinzo and the witch to slip out of this room, correct?
無論です。
Of course. Okay, you're out of the fight. You haven't put your full effort into watching during trash pulls because then you would have to look at Etika for a non-zero period of time. Dan, but what if it's for me? What if it's for me? Of course.
ガートル、コーネリ
Gertrude, Cornelia,
ア、そしてエシタ。
and the Imperial Guard.
密室の封印は完璧か今一度確認するのです。
You need to look at Etika to have the stream open. Yeah, but okay. Double check that the seal of this locked room is perfect.
金慶謹んで申し上げ立てます。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
我らの結界は完璧なり。
Our barrier is perfect.
金系、隠し扉はなく、扉からも窓からも逃れることかなわず。
For your attention, there are no hidden doors, and escape will not be granted through the door or the windows.
兵士隊はバトラが結界を破りしとき、躊躇なく矢を放ちたまえ。
Guards, if Battler breaks through the barrier, fire your arrows without hesitation. Gumi! Yeah, just look at the Gumi! Oh, there's now a witch inquisition that, Burncastle called in to start, rolling Beatrice on her witch logic. But the Inquisition is basically, Knox's commandments of mystery novel writing. Yeah, so if it contradicts the quote-unquote rules of mystery writing, it'll get eliminated. Yeah. Chester troops, Roger. Battler-sama, prepare yourself.
この部屋から脱出なんて不可能です。
Yeah. The bunny girls are here. Escaping from this room is impossible. You just gifted a sub to the Spanish Inquisition? Is Natsuhi imagining all of that? Now that's a good question. I don't know anymore. Probably not. Nobody expects Tao to subscribe to the Spanish Inquisition after this witch inquisition came in. Damn! No, I was not expecting that. Thank you, Tao. Woo! Escaping from this room is impossible.
でも、あいつはやる。
But he'll do it, ne?
どうやって？
How?
根拠がなくてもやり遂げると確信できる。
He's certain he can succeed even without any basis.
それが後ろ宮の当主ってもんや。
That's what it means to be the Ushiromiya head, ne?
ですな。
True. Runaway! Hey Dan, it's Runaway! Oh, you're getting a bit woozy from drinking this 500 milliliter can. Get some water! Eat some food! True.
見せてもらいましょうか。
Let's watch.
ええ、
Yeah.
リーチェの対戦相手の貫禄ってやつをね。
Let's see the majesty of Riche's opponent.
では始めるぜ。
Then I'll begin. Oh, this is gonna be a big deal because they're playing Endless 9. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move.
じい様である俺はこうしてベッドで横になり
So, I'm grandfather, and I was lying in the bed like this,
夏日おばさんの一日の報告とやらに相槌を打っていた
grunting my understanding of Aunt Natsuhi's report or whatever. Battler theme? Well, it came up at a pretty badass, epic moment in episode 4, so I'm like, oh, it's gotta be important. Battler laid down on the bed himself. His power-up theme? It might be. As if it still mattered now. Erika grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her.
そして俺は返事をしなくなり
Then I stopped answering and fell asleep.
まあどうせ長話の飽きて寝たふりでもしたんだろうぜ
Well, realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all that talking and only pretend to be asleep.
貴様は分かっておる
You know me too well.
私はお父様がお休みになったのを見とり
I see that father has gone to sleep.
黙礼してから立ち去ります
Bow silently and leave. Natsuhi lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down in the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around, as though doing an inspection of the room.
夏日おばさんはじい様の就寝を見届けた後室内のチェックをしてから退出するそう
After seeing grandfather go to sleep, Aunt Natsuhi apparently performs an inspection of the room before leaving.
もちろんシャノンちゃんたちに毎日掃除をさせてるんだが
Of course, she has Shannon-chan and the others clean it every day,
それでもおばさんは細かくチェックしている
but she still checks it thoroughly herself,
埃が落ちてないかどうか
making sure there was no dust piling up,
消耗品は切れてないか
making sure that he hadn't run out of any consumables.
はい
Yes,
大切な当主様の部屋ですから使用人任せにせず自らでも細かくチェックしています
this is the family head's treasured room, so I check everything carefully myself instead of relying entirely on the servants.
これは必ず行っていることです
I do this every single time.
そうです
That's
奥
true.
様は普段からとても丁寧にチェックしています
Madam always checks things very carefully.
チェックが細かく水場の消耗品一つ一つまで及びます
Her inspection is very detailed. She even checks all of the consumables in the washroom one by one.
つまりよくテレビドラマで見るような窓辺の埃だけじゃ
In other words, it's not just dust on the windowsill like you see all the time on TV.
水場の洗剤の残量やトイレのトイレットペーパーの残数さえ
She even checks to see that there's enough soap and toilet paper in the washroom.
毎日でなくてもいいだろうが楽なことさ
Pretty devoted, if you ask me. I wouldn't kill you to skip a day from time to time.
それが日課です
That is my
一
routine.
日たりとも当主様のお部屋のチェックに気の緩みがあってはなりません
I mustn't become complacent in my inspection of the head's room for even a single day.
それが何だって言うんですか
What is your point?
もったいぶるのも大概にしてください
Please don't waste our time putting on airs.
もったいぶるのは探偵の特権でしょ
Isn't putting on airs the detective's right? Oh, get her ass, Kirie!
私
I am the detective!
こうして書斎にいればわかるだろうが書斎という名で呼んではいるが
Since we're inside the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a study,
ここはもはや屋敷の中に存在するセカンドハウスと言っても
it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. An Airbnb, if you will.
書斎がある水場があるトイレも風呂もある
It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and
つ
bath.
まり一つの部屋じゃない
So it's not so much a room
一つの家とか
as it is a house.
書斎内の構造説に感謝です。
Thank you for the explanation of the study's layout.
しかしそのどこかに隠れるという手はすでに破られています。
However, the move of having him hide somewhere within it has already been defeated.
隠れはしないぞ
There won't be any hiding,
だが資格はいくらでもある
but I'm pretty sure there are plenty of blind spots.
例えば夏日おばさんがトイレットペーパーの数を調べにトイレに入ってもらった
For example, if Aunt Natsuhi went into the bathroom to check the amount of toilet paper,
夏日おばさんから書斎のほぼ全ては視覚となる
most of the study would be out of her sight range.
つまり書斎のほぼ全域から観測者が消えたわけ
In other words, for almost every location in the study, the observer would have disappeared.
観測者消失。
Observer disappearance!
失態します。
We've lost track of
近
Kinzo!
景書斎内に魔女の闇が充満せし
For your attention, I beg to inform you that the witch's darkness is infilling the study.
良いぞ
Good.
神の力が満ちてきた
It's being filled with the power of darkness.
観測者。夏日がいなくなったからなんだと。
And so what if the observer, if Natsuhi
そ
left?
れで
So what?
じいさまはようやくうるさい夏日おばさんの姿を消したので起き上がる
When grandfather noticed that fussy Aunt Natsuhi finally leaving, he got up.
どうして
Why?
このようなイカれた夜にイカれた天気の夜空をめでることに勝る酒の魚はないわ
On a night of madness such as this, nothing goes better with a drink than enjoying the mad weather of the night sky.
夏日おばさんがトイレという近くにいる以上
Because Aunt Natsuhi was in the blind spot of the
じい
bathroom,
さまには書斎を自由に歩き回ることが可能になる
it becomes possible for grandfather to walk about the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsuhi's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuhi knew.
警告バトラが書斎扉に接近するであります
Warning! Battler is approaching the study door.
近景
For your attention,
書斎扉のロック解除時に騒音が鳴り響くものなり
a loud noise is produced when the lock on the study door is released.
夏日に不審に思われずして扉より出ることかなわぬと知りたまえ
Know that you cannot leave through the door without drawing Natsuhi's suspicion. I did think about that. Because Battler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately issued a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsuhi's blind spot. However, that's right. The sound!
オートロックの解除には大きな音がするのを私たちは知っているわ。
We know there's a loud sound when the auto lock's released.
書斎内の死角に夏日がいたとしても、オートロックを解除する時のあの大きな音は聞き逃さない。
Even if Natsuhi was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't have missed the loud sound of the auto lock
不
releasing.
審に思わないはずがない。
There's no way she wouldn't find that odd.
近景
For your attention,
夏日は扉の開きをと在室中に聞くことはなかりけること申し上げたてまつる
I beg to inform you that Natsuhi did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room. It's pretty wild to, trying to prove, that somebody is right by using the gaps in that person's knowledge. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Trivia time again? Oh no, my Lake Mega Chad. Well, you know, I just went to Canada. Let me think about my trip. And if I got any cool trivia. Oh, in, how do I like the rodents so far? Who's the rodent, Erika? All right, trivia time. Ottawa and Toronto have black squirrels. It was the first time I'd seen black squirrels. Like, the squirrels I'm used to on the West Coast are brown and or gray. The washroom and the toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, that auto lock always lets off such a massive sound. She'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsuhi had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, and she had made it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The argument that Natsuhi could have failed to hear about the lock would not work. For your attention, I further inform you of the following. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted. For your attention, I beg to inform you that this is a useless struggle. It is foolish in the extreme. It's true that I can't break through the red of that girl by the door. But what about you over there by the window? Oh, here's the real Battler theme. Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible. Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, or else you're gonna be sent flying. By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. And it was the window. He was going to smash this locked room from the window. Return fact, there's tiny mites in my eyebrows and eyelashes having sex right now. No! They're called Demodex mites, and they live off your dead skin cells. I was aware that everybody has mites on them that are so small they can't see. But I didn't think they were having sex in my eyelashes right now. Yeah! You sure got me with that one. He was going to smash this locked room from the window. Right now! And yours too, Dan, and yours, yeah, and yours, Tao. Oh my god. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. Even in Barack Obama's. Although it was rare, it happened sometimes that a witch struggling to flee would directly target the one setting up the barriers. Even in Ryukishi's eyelashes right now. And it was always the witch's last futile resistance at the brink of death. Obama. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Battler's target is you, Cornelia.
注意申し上げるものなり
I ask that you be on your guard.
意図愚か
Even in Erika's eyelashes, I guess. There you go, Dan. Another thing to dunk on her with. It is foolish in the extreme.
神よこの愚かなる子羊を憐れみたまえ
God, have pity on this foolish lamb.
羊じゃね
I'm no lamb.
後ろ宮家当主ってのはなわしなんだぞ
The head of the Ushinomiya family is an eagle. Ooh, okay, sick lines,
働きで
bro.
もな
Even if he only has one wing.
その程度の窓で書斎にいつまでも閉じ込めておけると思うんじゃねえぜ
Don't think you can keep me shut up in this study forever with just a flimsy window like that. Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple. Supple? Battler ran forward like a white leopard. This guy couldn't possibly mean to. This is
金系
for your
ま
attention.
だ赤が破れる通りはなし
There is no way to defeat my red. You couldn't say that in red, girl.
そなたの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ
Know that your wish will not be granted. Cornelia thrust out both her arms and drew a sign. When she did, a red barrier blocked the way ahead of Battler.
無駄と申し上げ立てまつる後ろ宮バトラ
I beg to inform you that this is useless, Ushinomiya Battler.
金系我が窓は内より閉ざされまた夏日が金蔵を逃したることもなし
For your attention, my windows are sealed from the inside, and Natsuhi did not help Kinzo to escape. Oh yeah, because you're inside.
じいさまを逃がすんじゃね
I'm not saying Aunt Natsuhi helped grandfather
え
escape.
じいさま夏日おばさんに隠れて自ら抜け出したとしたら
What if grandfather snuck out, keeping it a secret from Aunt Natsuhi? Battler is having the equivalent of thinking about retorts in the shower and rethinking what he should have said and winning the argument. So that's what's happening.
どうして窓から自分で出るんですか金蔵が
Why would Kinzo go out the window on his own?
このイカれた雨天へ飛び出すくらい
On this night of madness, leaping out into the rainy sky.
酒の座興程度にしかならぬわ私にとってはな
Is but a leisure activity to pair with my drink.
でもここ3階ですよありません
But this is the third floor. It's impossible.
そうなんだのね階段を降りると1段くらい飛ばすこともあるで
Even you must occasionally jump the bottom step when going down a flight of stairs, right?
金蔵なら3階くらい
3 stories is nothing for Kinzo.
やりかねませんな
I wouldn't put it past him.
金ませんね
Yes, I wouldn't put it past him.
そんな
That's
バカな
ridiculous. Old man just casually drops down 3 stories. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier, and it shattered with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler. Wait. Wait, Endless 9 is actually a thing? Endless 9! Magic resistance, Endless 9! Oh, so that's what the song's referring to? Infinite magic resistance?
コーネリア様防げません退避を
Cornelia-sama, you can't block it. Retreat! At the same time the barrier shattered, the window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. Oh my god, it's Haruhi Suzumiya. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens and the courtyard were spread out in front of them. A fitting exit for illegal? Oh my god, I gotta drink some water. A fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this locked room. Cornelia, reapply the barrier. As you wish, Supervisor Planner. A fitting exit for a legal eagle. Oh my god, I'm having higher and higher profile guests on this stream. No, I'm just kidding. Know that you will not succeed in breaching this window. Cornelia quickly came back to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Yes, he's leaving. Yeah, get him. Illegal Eagle's leaving, you're right. Damn. Let us temporarily assume that Kinzo did escape through the window. In that case, how did he lock a window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the inside. No good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. Kinzo and Battler grinned. She thought this feeble red could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the two family heads. After Grandfather jumped out the window, Aunt Natsuhi probably noticed a slight draft. She then approached the window, realized that it was wide open, and quickly closed and locked it. Natsuhi probably couldn't even imagine that I had slipped out the window. Yeah! So it's only natural that Aunt Natsuhi thought Grandfather was sleeping in bed. Now that Battler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again, so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Could it be believed? That barrier was more firm than any shield Ronove had ever used against Jessica. And yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Battler was charging furiously forward and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Eisern Jungfrau, did not allow her to step aside. She took a talisman from her pocket, placed it in thin air, and drew a sign. Then, not red, but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance. You won't get through! You won't! For your attention! For your attention! Be that as it may, this is the third floor! How could a wingless human escape from the window? No, know that you won't get through, you won't! Just quit your whining and watch! love the CG and everything. This is the answer! Battler flew. He burst through Cornelius' blue barrier, smashing it away, and his body flew out of the window into the darkness of the rainy sky. Hello, your dream. He's flying! He's flying! He flies now. The fragments of the blue barrier scattered, leaving blue dust in their wake, coloring the air beautifully. The locked room had been smashed open. Battler had jumped from the mansion. He was in the sky above the rainy courtyard. All of the raindrops had become small, round gems that were scattered through the air. Battler was floating through the jewelry box world of this beautiful stormy sky filled with countless raindrop gems. Not his smug little face. In the sky of a world frozen in time, Dlanner and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out of the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, the white horse came up again, Dan! Then Dlanner, who had floated in the air waiting for him, was also a knight. At least one of those characters must be thinking this is fucking stupid. Yeah, a white horse! In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushinomiya mansion and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushinomiya family and the disciple of heaven who would test him crossed paths. Brilliantly done. Whether you live or die when you fall into the courtyard, it does not change the fact that Kinzo could have broken out of this locked room. You are a true martyr, giving up your life to jump. You did well to break our locked room barrier. I am impressed, Ushinomiya Battler. However, I am Dlanner A. Knox, Chief Inquisitor. I cannot allow you to escape out from under my nose. Now, at the end, allow me the honor of crossing swords with you. Sure, bring it on. This game isn't as easy as it looks. In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Dlanner and Battler slowly crossed paths. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. When night confronts night, it is always head-on and decided in a single strike. Whoa, cool, they're jousting. Oh, this is pretty sick. Look at this Dlanner, CG art, pretty sick. Blue and red crossed paths.
書斎内にナツヒの資格が存在することがあらかじめ示されました。
Was the existence of Natsuhi's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand?
示されていないならばこの推理は許されません。
If it was not, this theory is impermissible.
ノックス第8条
Nox's 8th.
提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。
It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. She's got both knives. Got a little blue knife, big red knife. Flanner's double strike with both the blue and red blades sliced at Battler and missed. Those long swords, which had never lost in 100 battles, cut through empty air.
書斎に入った時そのことについてはっきり
When we entered the study, its structure was mentioned clearly. Sorry, little miss. For the first time, Dlanner showed an expression. It was a soft smile. She had known since long ago that the study's structure had been mentioned, but she couldn't let him escape without making a single strike. As an Inquisitor, she could not do that. So, though she had known that she wouldn't make it, she had still crossed swords with Battler.
知っていましたけど
Yes, I knew.
あなたのこの答えはノックス第8条に
That answer of yours doesn't violate Nox's 8th commandment.
恨んだ
Don't hold this against me. I hope you're ready. Yes, come. In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study. A book archive. A place to sleep. And a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That was already presented. And it suggests that the room-sized blind spots can exist within the study. Without any mercy. No, without any reluctance that would have been dishonorable. The sword of red truth cut into Dlanner. Its sharp trail cut the countless gem drops filling the sky into beautiful hemispheres.
見事です。
Brilliant work. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Dlanner crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the third floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Beato leaned out of the study window looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely.
ビアト
Beato!
来い飛べ
Come on, jump! Huh?
その窓が俺たちの出口の扉だ
That window is our way out.
だから飛べ
So jump!
お前は密室に閉じ込められてるような魔女じゃないだろうが
You aren't the kind of witch who'd let herself be trapped inside a locked room. That may be ironic if my long-term theory holds out. The study was no longer a locked room. She could jump from here, escape from here. The locked room, which had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her, had now been destroyed. You too, Kinzo.
行け
Go.
バトラが答えを見せた時点でわしの魂はすでにこの密室を逃れておる
From the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped this room. Kinzo's form became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. The locked room barrier had dissolved, and the power which denies magic had scattered. Beato ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the locked room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Inquisitors and the Chester sisters, she readied her wound-covered body and ran towards the window just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll.
逃がすもんですかベアトリーチェ魔女幻想
You're not getting away! Beatrice, you witch illusion! Erika flew at Beato, trying to grab onto her as she dashed away. But it was like trying to catch smoke, and Erika landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human can catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beato was impossible.
シスタ対
Without love, huh?
撃ち殺して
Chester troops! Shoot the witch! Shoot her dead!
照準停止せず
Alignment conflict. Unable to fire. For your attention.
バトラの青き真実を防げる結界の準備
We have no battler we have no battler prepared. We have no barrier prepared which can block Battler's blue truth. Both Chester, Double O, and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices.
誰にも止められない
No one can stop any of them?
バトラ金蔵も
Not Battler? Or Kinzo?
ベアトリーチェも
Or Beatrice?
こいつらが逃げ出した
If these guys escape, then
私の密室が
my locked room, my deduction,
この
and I, the detective.
エリカが
Damn, girl, chill. Erika crouched, screaming and clutching at her head.
天下の黄金の
Damn,
魔
she
女
really
が
hates to lose.
ジジイの神臭い書斎ごときで打ち破られてるんじゃね
You're the great golden witch. You can't be defeated like something like that geezer's grubby study.
えまだ第一の番だろうが
It's still just the first twilight.
新参どもにお前のゲームが甘くないってことを思い知らせてやれ
Show these newcomers that your game isn't that easy. Just like Battler, Beato also jumped. Oh, how romantic! She drifted down through the gem drop jewelry box world into Battler's chest. Oh, look at this! Yeah, let's go! The roses. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching an angel's wings. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower. Like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Crap. I think I'm in love. Are all the Ushinomiya family heads guys like this?
後宮金蔵の破天荒を記せ
If you were to chronicle all the daring exploits of Ushinomiya Kinzo,
書斎の魔導書の数に負けぬ長い波乱の物語が書けるでしょう
you would probably have a tale longer and wilder than all of the grimoires in the study put together.
その次の当主の物語記す価値が大いにありそうだ
It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well.
いえいえもう記しておりますと
In fact, it already is being written. Umineko no naku koro ni. It's already a very, very long tale that we've been reading for 239 hours and 9 minutes. The demons giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. Ooh! You're not bad at all.
お前のゲームだ何回鍛えられたと思ってんだ
I guess all your games have toughened me up. In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. This is impossible! Impossible! Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back.
エリカ
Not him holding her, and they're both looking up at her like, yeah, we can't keep scrolling. Erika.
何ですか
What is it?
黄金の魔女の謎はお前には触れてやらない
I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch up to you.
俺が
I'm going to solve it.
こいつはな俺たち二人の
That riddle belongs to the two of us.
まあレアと
Right, Beato? Yes.
わらわの謎は
My riddle is your
そう
yo. As Battler gave her a mischievous grin, Beato's face turned uncharacteristically red. But even so, she spoke with a refreshingly bright expression while laughing loudly.
わらわの謎はそなただけのものだ後宮バトラー
My riddle is yours alone, Ushinomiya Battler.
他の誰にも解かせてはやらぬ
I won't let anyone else solve it.
こいつめふざけたこと言いやがって
Listen to her saying something like that. Battler snorted, amused that Beato had said something so unlike her. And still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gem drops celebrated their overcoming of this trial.
3階の窓から飛び降りて
He jumped down from the 3rd floor? Unharmed?
飛び降りて密室を脱出
He's jumped down and escaped from the locked room?
ふざけてます こんなの推理じゃない。
This is ridiculous! This isn't reasoning! It's insane! If Battler had at least been seriously injured and writhing in the mud, Erika might still have had some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor.
皆さん、もう一度
Let me ask all of you again.
こんなのありえませんよね。
This can't be possible, right?
人間が3階の窓から飛び降りて平然と降り立つなんて
There's no
あ
way!
るわけがない。
There's no way a human can jump out of a third-story window and land
そう
unharmed.
でしょ、みんな。
Isn't that right, everyone?
ましてや老体の金蔵さんが3階から飛び降りてみせるなんて。
Much less Kinzo-san. Jumping down from the third floor at his age, there's no reasoning behind this. Well, I mean, there is Ange, and she was also an Ushinomiya family head. Maybe if you're an Ushinomiya family head, you're immune to fall damage? Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they had been a short while ago.
いや、金蔵さんならありえます。
No, with Kinzo-san, it's a possibility.
親父ならやりかねね
Wouldn't put it past Dad.
お父様だものね。
This is father we're talking about.
武勇伝の多いお人や。
There's plenty of crazy stories about that man.
それくらいじゃ驚きもせんで。
Something like this wouldn't surprise me at all. What?
あんたたち頭も正気もどうかしてんじゃないですか。
Is there something wrong in your heads? In your minds, people?
いずれにせよ、あなたの密室議論は完璧ではなかった。
At any rate, it looks like your locked room argument wasn't perfect. Whimpering like a little puppy. Dan, she got served an L! Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there would be nothing strange about Kinzo jumping down from a third floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushinomiya Kinzo person?
まあ60点というところか。
Well, I'll give you 60 points.
若かりし日の金蔵ならもう少し派手にやってみせるぞ。
Kinzo would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days.
もうひとひねり欲しいところだ。
It needs some more tweaking.
どの程度にひねる？
Oh, and how much should it be tweaked?
その
Well,
その
um,
わらわを抱いたまま飛び降りるくらいは
he might have jumped down with me in his arms.
わかっ
Got it.
た。次の機会に抱いたまま飛び降りてください。
Next time we do this, I'll jump down with you in my arms.
やれるものならやってみよう。
I'd like to see you try. Bayeto's voice went very shrill and she gulped. Then, her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. You came in at the perfect moment. Hello, Rep. Rep, this scene has been wild. Been a while. Yes, I was on vacation, but I have returned. Good to see you again. This has been a wild scene. It's been very entertaining to voice act. Then her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. It was because many people had rushed up to the window, and she was being bathed with gazes filled with the anti-magic toxin. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So, to their eyes, it appeared that Battler was standing all alone out in the courtyard.
Battler! 大丈夫か?
Battler! You okay?
ご無事そうです。よかった。
It looks like he's all right. Thank goodness. I am defeated.
では書斎の彼らのために私にとどめを。
In that case, for the benefit of the people in the study, deliver me the final blow.
あの書斎の密室でいかにして金蔵が逃れているか、その最後の青き真実を。
Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the locked room of that study. There was no pain in Delaner's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she used her longsword as a crutch as she struggled to her feet, so it was easy to tell that she had taken heavy damage. And despite her lack of an expression, you could tell that this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Delaner turned to face each other. Here I go. Yes, come. As though readying herself, Delaner quietly closed her eyes, but she stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. This is my blue truth. You woke up from your nap and you're like, yes, Umineko, yes, Umineko. I took so many naps yesterday. I had the most messed up flight schedule. The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Delaner. Then he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth.
後宮金蔵は夏代おばさんの目を盗み窓より書斎を脱出した。
Ushiro Kinzo escaped from the study through the window with Aunt Natsuhi couldn't see him.
夏代おばさんはそれに気づかず窓を施錠したんだ。
Aunt Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the window.
これで夏代おばさんが23時じいさまの就寝を見届け扉のレシート封印窓の内側からの施錠を矛盾させずにじいさまは書斎を脱出。
This way, Aunt Natsuhi can see Grandfather go to bed at 11 o'clock, and Grandfather can escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the door sealed by the receipt.
実際に脱出可能であることはこの俺が実証した通り。
I proved through my demonstration that this escape was physically possible.
以上でこの戦いを決着する。
Therefore, this battle is over. The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning and roared down towards Delaner's forehead as she stared up at the sky. Beato's games are no walk in the park. It's doubtful whether the conventions of the mystery genre even apply here. Oh, they said it! They said it! It's doubtful whether the conventions of the mystery genre even apply here. Go off, Lenny, from the hit game Genshin Impact. What does Lenny do?
立ち筋は悪くねえがもう少しお頭を柔らかくすることだぜ。
Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but you should be a bit more flexible in your thinking. A massive blue wedge, which looked like a pillar, was above Delaner's forehead and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered and became a shower of translucent gems. No, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Stay, stay! Delanner sat down in an absent sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushinomiya family faced the people staring down from the study and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato's and my game. We receive you with open arms, Furudo Erika. Yeah, right. I see your face. I like it. Ushinomiya Battler. Good. Truly good. I'll devour it whole. This riddle of the witch. All the way deep into its guts while it's still alive. Battler and Beato both looked calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain that evil laugh. Oh, this is good stuff! Erika, that was so lame! Lady Birdcastle. My apologies. That face of yours. It's so incredibly laughable that I'd like to squash it flat and put a frame around it. My double is so pathetic, shameful. Thank you, Rowan, for 23 months. Bathed in the sneers of Burncastle, the being who was like a mother to her, Erika was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. Dan, look, she's taking the biggest L. For this, I swear. Ushinomiya Battler Beatrice. Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I guess we need to change the joke to Erika's slaughterhouse. Damn. I don't know. I don't want to know what she's gonna do in retaliation. This riddle is ours. I won't let anyone else get in the way. Beatrice. Yes. That was a fun ass scene. And it is 11 a.m. Reasoning and inspection. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. How weird is it seeing Tsundere blush you Beato instead of I'm a bite yo knees battler Beato? It was charming. I was charmed. I thought it was cute. But what I do find weird is how all sorts of like, oh, there's this world and that world, and there's a little barrier between them that we're gonna represent with this thing. Like, all of the barriers were knocked down during that scene, and like everything and everybody was together. And that, I'm like, what were they trying to say there? Because that had to have been on purpose, so that's interesting. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Aw, Grandma's knitting. Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler thought back on the present, what was to come and what had happened so far. To Battler, thinking was itself a battle. We know, Battler! Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler had noticed too. Though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching. That's unusual. Not many people can reach this place. It's her. Oh, hi! That silhouette, walking through the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Slanner. That was a splendid garden maze. A very nice way to enjoy the roses. Why are you here? It has been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. Slanner, why are you calling her Mrs.? Excuse me, it is Mrs. Virgilia now, is it not? She's married? Long time no see, Slanner. Come over here. Well, if my theory that Virgilia really is, like a imaginary friend version of Kumasawa is true, then, that makes sense, because Kumasawa would be married. So Pharaoh over here is an inquisitor? Yeah. Long time no see, Slanner. Come over here. B, did you miss the whole part where Battler jumped out of a window, out of a third floor window, and landed on the ground unharmed, and then Beatrice jumped out the window and he caught her in his arms? Did you just miss that whole part? I know it's extremely late to say, but you're like the Maria of studying the occult. You have way too much your demon lore under your belt. You've been sharing with Umineko friends. Oh, cool. I would love to know. You mean this is Natsuhi imagining this scene? I don't know if we can go that far anymore. All the barriers were knocked down. All the barriers of like what should be or shouldn't be real between in the last scene, it was all knocked down, and I don't know why and what the explanation is. You seriously think Battler aka L turned into Neo? Well, it seems okay. So basically he was proving a point, and then my nephew catches the witch as she jumps out the window, and then they kiss. That's what happens. Okay. No, I'm seeing a theme, all right? So everybody was like, Psh, yeah, Kinzo, even if he's old, I wouldn't put it past him to drop out of a third-story window and live and not be injured. And then, but the thing is, the same thing happened to Ange. She had all sorts of big old falls and lived. But the thing is that Ange was also the Ushinomiya family head. Kinzo was the Ushinomiya family head. And since Battler got the credit for finding the gold in this current episode, he's also the Ushinomiya family head. So maybe being the Ushinomiya family head gives you a no fall damage buff? Kraus, they keys! I swear he keys the ghost! This is exactly why you didn't have any children. That's so mean! Kraus wouldn't say that, would he? He'd say that, but then I'd give him a wedgie after. So you're saying that once you become head, gravity no longer holds power over you, just like Neo? Maybe. Maybe, we'll see. I'm just putting patterns together. To be fair, he didn't actually fall. He didn't actually fly. He fell gracefully and landed gracefully. Yes. He legit asked for a divorce after finding out his dad is dead, Katie. Okay. True. Yeah, but he asked for a divorce because he thought it would be better for her. He did that because he wanted her to not be affected by his bullshit. He was like, I want to divorce you because I love you. What did I think of it? It could have been as simple as, he simply moved past Erika and opened the window and jumped out of it and was okay. Like, it's not impossible. And that all the other stuff, all the other characters involved, catching Beato and things like that, it could have been not, but the way the little narrative barriers that are usually put up aren't there, I'm wondering if it's supposed to hint to us that the murders on these different episodes themselves aren't necessarily real. Like they're being written, something like that, like in the message bottles. I wonder if that's what it's supposed to hint towards. That's the best I can come up with. Stretch. Are you saying Kinzo pulled a Tom and Jerry before Tom and Jerry? Are you saying Kinzo is Wile E. Coyote? Wait, Tom and Jerry was out by 1986, wasn't it? Alright, I'm stretching. Ugh. Are you saying Kinzo's Wile E. Coyote? Thank you for looking. I don't know if it was that graceful, but if he was like, I'm so fucking swaggy that I will fall from a third-story window and just kind of land in the grass. I received a gift from Rowan? What? What was that? was that? Wait, the first Tom and Jerry was in 1992? Oh, I would have thought it was way older. Damn. Wanted me to send, but Canada Monopoly money. What was it? What was it? I don't have Steam open. Okay, I'll look. Don't worry about it. Well, now I gotta check. Y'all heard the ding? Sunhaven! Oh, you want me to get in on your little farm, stuff. Funny Farm game was on sale. All right, thank you, Dan and Rowan. Y'all want me in on your little, fantasy farm polycule. I see how it is. Well, I'll see how much I can stand Farm Sim on PC. Like $12? Oh yeah, that is really good. Nice, thank you. You want Sunhaven? It's cheap right now, Rep. Just 12 bucks. Everyone has been gifted Sunhaven, but yo, no! We gotta do something about that. Oh, oops. Come over here, Delanher. We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Oh, actually, this is a good opportunity for me to take a little break. I haven't actually fed Stella, and I'm surprised she hasn't gone after my head. Maybe because I just got back. Maybe that's why she's lenient. I hope you get it. I hope the sale's still going Saturday. Anyway, you guys stay put. I'll be right back. You got ice cream? Wonderful. Gonna get ice cream.
大丈夫。
Don't worry.
彼女は戦いに来たわけではありませんよ。
She hasn't come to fight.
知り合い
Mint
なの
chocolate, nice. Do you know her?
天界の古い友人の一人です。
She's one of my old friends from heaven.
ずいぶん懐かしいですね。
This really takes me back.
懐かしいです。
Yes, it does.
ミセス・ワルギリアは天界学問にも造形が深くおられる。
Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies.
よく解釈をめぐって議論を戦わせたものです。
I have often battled with her over her interpretations.
あなたとの数々の知的冒険は楽しかったですよ。
My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable.
またいつかご一緒したいものですね。
I'd like to do it again sometime.
ええ、
Yes,
またいつかご一緒に必ず。
let's do it again sometime.
あなたとはぜひまた戦いたいです。
I'd love to fight with you again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Delanner was one of them. Delanner, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from the sudden rain, and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out like a guest.
紅茶に希望はありますか？
Is there any type of black tea you would prefer?
何でも。
Anything.
あなたの入れた紅茶ならどれでも
Any tea you make is superb.
絶品です。
ではダージリンを。
Then how about some Darjeeling?
バトラ君もベアトもおかわりはいりますか？
Battler, Beato, would you like some more?
ああ
Yeah.
俺もベアトももらうぜ。
Beato and I would like a refill. Right? As usual, Beato didn't answer. What is it? But if you quietly gave her... Is the whole capitalizing the end of sentences supposed to hint that Delanner is Ronald backwards? Is it? I'm not sure. In Japanese... I assume in Japanese... Really? It emphasizes the end of the sentences, so it emphasizes you to look at the end of her word. That's so stupid. Oh no. Because I assume the end of her sentences are in katakana in Japanese, which would still be a form of emphasis. Oh man, seriously? That might be it. That would be very silly. As usual, Beato didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. She's doing things! She's sipping a drink! We've got progress! Ah! Oh yeah, I'm curious what it is. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. So Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well. I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch, famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this.
こいつはもうゲームには参加してね
She's no longer participating in the game.
え。ゲーム版のこいつを操ってる。 ラムダデル
Lambda Delta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board. Oh, so maybe a lot of what we thought was Natsuhi's imagination was Lambda Delta bullshit.
存じております。
I know.
ですが本来のこの世界の主です。
However, she is the original master of this world.
そしてあなたはその主に招かれた正当な客人です。
And you are the proper guest invited by that
で
master.
すからこうしてご挨拶に参じました。
That is why I have come to greet you. On the game board, Beato and I met Dlanner. But those were the same game pieces of those witches. But those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves.
だからわざわざここまでバトラ君とベアトに挨拶に来てくれたのですか？
Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler-kun and Beato here?
相変わらず律儀な子ですね。
I see you're as conscientious as always.
私の流儀です。
That is my way of doing
は
things.
じめまして、ミスター・バトラー。
Greetings, Mr. Battler.
ドラノール・エイ・ノックスと申します。
I am Dlanner A. Knox.
期待する役ではありますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you.
お
Sure,
後ろにはバト
I'm Ushinomiya Battler.
ラよろしく頼むぞ
Pleased to meet you.
はじめまして、ミス・ベアトリーチェ。
Greetings, Miss
ド
Beatrice.
ラノール・エイ・ノックスと申します。
I am Dlanner A. Knox.
ベアトお前に挨拶するぜ
Beato. She's saying hi. Hmm.
歓迎すると
She says welcome.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very
ミ
much,
ス・ベアトリーチェ。
Miss Beatrice. Okay, so according to the wiki, the witch and the inquisitor, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. Dlanner has a unique speech quirk with that the last syllables of her sentences being written in katakana. I knew it. Witch Hunt translated this by writing the words in all caps. For example, a check of that place has already been finished. As a result of the speech pattern is her fixation on the word death. As sentences ending with the katakana spelling of desu sound like the English word death. So it is funny to kind of like emphasize it on deaths, but they didn't give any other reason for it. The way she speaks is very kind of neutral and respectful. And so she will say deaths at the end of a lot of sentences. So I can see why that would be like a cute little thing. It was a strange sight. Especially because seeing her is supposed to mean death with absolute certainty, because she's the, like, executioner of the Inquisitors, right? Virgilia made gold butterflies appear from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sight. Though I was a bit concerned about whether Dlanner, an Inquisitor, could allow herself to watch such a spectacle.
ご安心を。
Have no fear.
私は振る舞われる紅茶の立て方に口を挟むほど無粋ではありません。
I am not so rude as to quibble about the way my tea is served.
魔法で紅茶を入れているのにか
even though the tea is being made with magic.
物陰に紅茶の道具があり、私たちに隠れてミセス・ワルキリアが紅茶を入れている。
There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Virgilia is making the tea with it in secret.
それを魔法で入れたと私たちが解釈判断し物語に記した。
We interpret and or conclude that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the
ノ
tale.
ックス第9条でも認められる解釈です。
It is an interpretation permitted even by Knox's ninth commandment.
おやおや
Oh
9
my.
条の解釈は大法院でもタブー視されるほどのデリケートな問題のはず。
I do believe that the interpretations of the ninth commandment are such a delicate issue that they're even viewed as taboo by the great court. I never understood it until now, but I guess it kind of makes sense. It's a very hard thing to translate.
私的発言とはいえ、首席異端審問官の発言と知られれば首が飛ぶかもしれませんよ。
Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the Chief Inquisitor said such a thing, you might be sacked.
私がどのような解釈を記そうとも
No matter what kind of interpretation I might
ミ
record,
セスの紅茶の味を何ら偽ることにはなりません。
there is nothing false about the way your tea tastes. Only understand by words is a little weird for you to understand. Yeah. Yeah.
ですから私はその立て方を気にすることはないのです。
See, she said des at the end of the sentence there. Therefore, I will never concern myself with how it was prepared. Uh-huh. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Delanor were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even if it was depicted that a tea set existed here, and Virgilia had used it to make the tea normally, the result that Virgilia had made tea would still remain unchanged.
結果を闇に閉ざす魔法は邪悪です。
Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil.
私たちは許さない。
We will not permit it.
しかし、家庭を包む魔法は邪悪とは限りません。
However, magic that conceals the process is not necessarily evil. Yeah, like a magic show, right? Oh boy, interesting trivia.
私の
In physical copies, Switch, etc., they included bonus art, you know, if it's a poster, but it's a picture of Spicy Beato. Oh! I did know about the spicy, like, MILF body pillows for the Umineko anime, but picture of Spicy Beato, interesting. My foe is the evil, not the magic itself.
なるほどな。
I get it.
紅茶のもてなしが出てくることが重要なんであって、
The important thing is that you're being welcomed with some tea.
その立て方についてどうこう突っ込まないのが客の礼儀ってわ。
So it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. So this is something that Erika is not. She would point that out instantly and get a kick out of it, despite totally ruining the mood. So we're having some foils happening. Underwear revealing PJs. Wow, spicy Beato. That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea that someone makes for you. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea making process. Erika.
台所は客人を招く場所ではありません。
You don't invite your guests into the
そ
kitchen.
してそこよりの配膳はもてなしの心で美しく飾られるべきです。
And when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality.
どうぞ。 暑いですよ。
Here you go. It's hot.
ありがとうです。
Thank you.
砂糖とミルクも欲しいです。
I would also like some sugar and milk.
まだストレートでは飲めませんか？
You still can't drink it straight.
子供なので
I am a kid.
甘くないとダメです。
It has to be sweet.
魔法ってのは優しい嘘なのか。
So is magic a white lie then?
嘘というと聞こえが悪いですね。
Lie is such a dirty word.
日本語で表現する場合は就職と呼んだ方がよりふさわしいでしょう。
The word embellishment is probably more fitting.
子供に飴を与えるとき
Higurashi is a bit weird with some of their promo art. For Go and Sotsu, even their figures are a bit Mitch. Ew. I can imagine, unfortunately. When giving a child
ポケ
candy,
ットの中でぐしゃぐしゃになったのを出して与えるのと
you can either take a crumpled up one out of your
素
pocket,
敵な手品を見せてそこから飴を出して与えたのでは与える感情が全く違うはずです。
or use a wonderful bit of sleight of hand to produce the candy, and the impression you give with each method is completely different.
そりゃ手品でポンと飴を出された方がこ
Sure.
れいいよな。
I mean, producing the candy out of nowhere is a cool little trick.
違います。
Wrong.
飴を与えるという結果に対しより美しく楽しい就職を与えたことに意味があるのです。
The meaning is in embellishing the result. A candy is given in a way that makes it even more beautiful and fun.
マリアちゃんに飴をあげるとき、
Think of when you give Maria-chan a
ポケッ
candy.
トから出して与えるのと
There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give to her.
普段から良い子にしていたから妖精さんが持ってきてくれたと言って。
Funny girls, body pillows, you get the idea. You don't like it personally, it's weird. Yeah, that is pretty weird, I agree. I think it's less weird when it's Beatrice and like the Umineko MILFs, even though I can't believe that was still official merch. But yeah, for Higurashi, no. No thank you. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give to her and saying a fairy gave it to her for being such a good girl.
こっそりポケットに忍ばせるのは全く違うという意味ですよ。
After secretly slipping it into her pocket. What is it?
それを全員のアリバイを調べて
In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis. Erica.
誰がポケットに忍ばせたのか調べ上げて特定するのは私は無粋なことと思っています。
And investigate and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. Erica.
飴を受け取り少女が喜んだという結果こそが重要です。
The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and was delighted. I feel like I had that feeling before with some scenes in the past.
そして少女を喜ばせるために就職されたことが意味あることなのです。
And the meaning lies in the fact that it was embellished in order to delight her.
意外だな。
That's surprising.
魔法と名がつけば全否定みたいな感じで登場しやがったのに。
When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by the name of magic.
異端審問官としてはそう振る舞います。
That is how I act in my capacity as an inquisitor.
職務
It is my job.
ですので
There's apparently a Japanese exclusive gacha game. You don't know what it's about. The Umineko event, and Beato looks so pretty in the Go or Sotsu art style, but don't Google it yet. It has spoilers for the later episodes. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Ooh, interesting. Beato in a gacha game. Crossover. Collab.
ですが職務を離れているときはそこまで冷酷になりたくありません。
However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted.
勤務中は市場は持ち込まないってわけか。
So, this is what they call leaving your personal feelings aside when on duty?
できるやつだ。
You do it well.
異端審問官として魔女を狩るのは仕事です。
As an inquisitor, hunting witches is my
し
job.
かし、一個人としては魔女を憐れんでいます。
Personally, I find witches pitiable.
しかし、異端審問官としては無慈悲に断罪します。
However, I condemn them mercilessly as an inquisitor.
結果において私が魔女たちを処刑するの
Oh, this is the first time we got a somewhat sad face from her. And Rena dressed as a Chester sister, and it's cute. Aww, I could imagine that. The result is that I execute witches is unchanged.
私の憐れみなど所詮は無駄な就職に過ぎません。
In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment.
あってもなくても何も変わらない。
Non-spoily art? Okay. Yeah, you can link it in here or in the Discord. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes.
なくてもいい。
So it is better if I do not.
そんなことはありません。
Not at all.
結果が同じでも心が違えば大きく意味が異なることがあります。
Even if the end result is the same, there's a big difference depending on your heart.
あなたの母が焼いたクッキーは優れたパティシエが作るクッキーよりきっと美味しかったはず。
Your mother's cookies must have been more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop.
それは心が込められていることを知っているからですよ。
That's because you know that they were made with heart.
そうだな。
That's right.
結果が同じに見えても真心ってやつがあるかないかで意味は全然変わるかもしれねえぞ。
Even if the result appears to be the same, there's a huge difference depending on whether or not it had a little thing called sincerity.
そうでしょうか。
I am not so sure.
私の心などあってもなくても何の意味もない。
Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Blanner's gaze fell to her cup a little sadly.
んなことはね。
That's not true.
今の話を聞いて俺はお前の見方を少し変えた。
Erika drooling over Rika? Oh my god. It's me! Because of everything you've just said, I've changed the way I look at you a little. Same.
心が無意味なんてことは絶対にね。
So saying your heart is meaningless isn't true at all. Virgilio is a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step towards magic's true nature. Love, without love it cannot be seen. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit. Maybe like current game or something like that. They even had Erika in a schoolgirl swimsuit climbing a wall in the rain while Byrne watches. Oh no. What was she gonna do? She had to make sure somebody was not cheating on some she was gonna expose something that somebody was doing. Sadistic smile too, you know? Oh my god. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler.
先ほどの戦いではありがとうござい
As for that last fight,
ました。
thank you very much.
最後の最後に慈悲を与えてくれたこと感謝いたします。
I'm grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end.
あの俺は俺じゃねえぜ。
That me wasn't me.
ラムダデルタが操ってたんだ。
Lambda Delta was controlling him. She did a good job. Alright, let's see, let's see. Oh! Yeah, this art is pretty good. Yeah, and that's the scene from episode 3. Cool. Yeah, I see what you mean by like the Higurashi anime style. It looks pretty good. The best CG? Alright, let me see. Oh boy. Yeah, Rika is dressed up like a Chester sister. Like Double O. Erica, calm down. Lambda Delta was controlling him. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. So up until the point when I did join, the piece me is probably still being controlled by Burncastle or Lambda Delta.
あいつらどういう気まぐれだろうな。
Just what kind of mood's taking those two?
妙にかっこよくして。
Trying to make it look all cool. Yeah, I'm interested too. Higurashi Mei? You don't know anything about it, but apparently they had a Steins Gate collab too. Oh, so it's a literal Higurashi gacha game. Oh, I gotcha. Hey.
あれじゃまるで俺がベアトを助けに来たナイト様みてえじゃないか。
They made me look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. I thought it was pretty cool. Good job, Burncastle and Lambda Delta.
ラムダデルタ教は魔女と人間のそれぞれが均衡しドローゲームとなることを望んでいます。
Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. From the arts you've seen, you assume it's more lighthearted entry? You don't know if it's still horror or not? So just cashing in on the cuteness.
エリカの登場により天秤が人間側に大きく傾いたので
With Erika's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in favor of the human
ベ
side.
アトに加担するように物語を操ったのでしょう。
So she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beato. Only in Japanese, so you know nothing since you can't read. Gotcha.
それは知っています。
Yes, I am aware.
しかし駒はできないことはできない。
However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for
そ
them,
して本来の性格にふさわしい行為を得意とする。
and they specialize in actions appropriate to their original personality.
だからあれは確かにあなたのバトラの成し得たことです。
Therefore, that was certainly something that you, that Battler, was capable
だ
of.
からあなたに感謝するのです。
That is why I am grateful to you.
何もしてねえのに褒められるってのは妙な気分だな。
It feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do
ゲ
anything.
ームがもう少し進めば俺の駒も俺が操るようになるだろう。
After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece.
その時にも優しく手加減するかはわからねえぜ。
Not sure I'll be going easy on you then.
私も同じです。
The same goes for me.
次に太刀を交えるときは遅れは取りません。
I will not be caught unawares in our next bout.
上等だ。相手してやるぜ。
Perfect. I'll take you on
全
anytime.
力で来い。
Give me everything you've got.
約束します。全力です。
You have my word, everything I have. Delanner. I thought that she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Parts have been translated? Nice. Man, lots of y'all know about this thing. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
一つ謝らねばなりません。
There is one thing I must apologize for. Glanner suddenly murmured something.
何が
What is
さっ
it?
きの戦いのことならもうノーサイドだぜ。
It's about that fight a short while ago. It's already
お互
over.
い全力で戦ったろ。
We both fought with everything we had.
勝ち負けは時の運だぜ。
The outcome was just luck of the draw.
いいえ、時の運ではありません。
No, it was not luck of the draw.
それに任せられなかったから、私は謝罪に訪れたのです。
We were unable to let the outcome be decided naturally by chance, so I came here to apologize.
何の話
What are you talking about?
勝ちを譲ったということですね。
You're saying you threw the match, aren't you? Virgilia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting.
はい、
Yes,
ミスター・バトラー。
Mr. Battler.
いいぜ。
That Mr. is really getting to
バトラ
me.
ーでいい
Just Battler is fine. Battler.
謝罪します。
I apologize.
私たちは全力ではありませんでした。
We did not give it everything we had.
分かっていますよ。
Nice! Enjoy, Rip. I know.
金蔵は全ゲーム開始時に死亡している。
Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games.
すでにベアトによって語られている真実です。
Beato already told us that truth.
あの戦いはバトラ君には引き分けに持ち込めれば上々。
Battler-kun should only have been able to achieve a draw at best in that battle.
勝ち目は絶対にないはずの戦いでした。
He shouldn't have had any chance at all of winning.
そうだな。
You're right.
一言そう言われちまえばそれで終わっちまう戦いだった。
If you just say that, the whole fight's already over.
なぜその赤を使わなかっ
Why didn't you use that red?
た。まさかステイルメイトだからというのか。
Are you telling me it was because of a stalemate or something like that?
ノックス第2条。
Nox's second.
探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁ず。
It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
その赤き真実を私たちは直接使うことができません。
We cannot use that red truth directly.
しかし、窓が交互に開かれたことはないという赤き真実を
However, the red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining
私は窓を守っていたコーネリアに持たせていました。
was one I had given to Cornelia, who was protecting the window.
ドーン。そいつ
Boom!
でチェックメイトだ。
That's
どう
checkmate.
してあの姉ちゃんがその切り札を切らなかっ
Why didn't that girl use that trump card?
これは
This is
金系。
for your
まだ
attention.
赤が破れる道理はなし。
There is no way to defeat my
そな
red.
たの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ。
Know that your wish will not be granted. Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I thought that she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she had held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
わかりません。
I am not sure.
突然あの瞬間に切り札の使用が禁じられたのです。
In that instant, the use of that trump card suddenly became forbidden.
それを失った時点であなたの勝利はや
Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed.
ゲームマスターラムダデルタ教の干渉でしょう。
The game master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered.
あいつね
That bastard.
結局あの戦いは全てラムダデルタの手のひらでの茶番ってわけだ
So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambda Delta's hand.
俺たちあいつの筋書き通りお芝居をやらされたってわけだ
She made us play out that entire act according to her script.
不愉快とは思います。
I understand that you are upset.
しかし全力で来いとおっしゃられたバトラにそれを打ち明けぬわけにはいきませんでした。
However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know.
許してください。
Please forgive me.
それでもあなたは切り札を失っても残されたカード
Still, even though you'd lost your trump card,
戦いましたよ
you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards.
あなたを非難など誰にできるでしょう
I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did.
そうだ
That's right.
なむしろ余計なことをしやがってとラムダデルタを怒るべきだぞ
If I should be mad at anyone, it's Lambda Delta for butting in.
金蔵が存在しないのはすでに確定事項のはず。
Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact.
ラムダデルダ教もベルンカステル教もそれをよくご存知のはずです。
Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle know this well.
なのに2人とも金蔵が存在する余地を残してゲームを進めています。
And yet, they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue through this game. You're just now noticing this? She's speaking Japanese, but you have no idea if she's, what's the word, speaking a different dialect, but I'm not used to Dlanner. Is it because it's katakana? The way she's speaking, is pretty normal, I guess. Like very level, I guess. And very, like, even and neutral. But, yeah, she's not particularly emphasizing the katakana words. I think, so I've started lightening up on it as well. Katakana can be used for emphasis, but she's not actually, like, emphasizing it very heavily with her speech. So it might be more for the joke, of like the death joke. And yet they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue through this game.
まるで2人で結託して金蔵を否定させないかのようです。
It's almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied. It's very monotone and flat, so you just never picked it up till now. It's strange.
つまりじいさまわざと逃がした
You're saying they let grandfather escape on purpose?
はい、
Yes,
何かの意図があるに違いありません。
they must be after something.
確かに少し
That is a bit odd.
ラムダデルタ教とベルンカステル教は魔女が優勢にならない限り対立する関係にあるはず
Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle should always be in opposition, unless the witch side is in a superior position.
現在の流れでは2人が結託することは考えがたいのですが
It's hard to imagine that those two would be conspiring together with things going as they are.
私に
Well,
は
what if they're gay?
邪悪な目的があるように思えてなりません。
I cannot help but think that they have some sort of wicked objective.
それをお伝えしたくて私はここまで参りました。
I came here because I wanted you to know that.
お前そんなことのためにわざわざここまで来てくれた
So, you came all the way here to tell us something like that?
はい。
Yes.
ですので私はもう用事を終えました。
Which means that my business here is finished.
これにて失礼しようと思います。
I think I will leave now.
ゲームも時期に再開するでしょう。
Confirmed or at least implied they're lovers. That's what I've been told. The game will probably resume shortly.
エリカと今後のゲームを打ち合わせねばなりませんので。
I need to have a discussion with Erika about the future. Lanner gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
次は第二の番の戦いにて。
I will see you next at the battle of the second twilight.
そこにて私は再び無慈悲の太刀を振り上げるでしょう。
There, I will once again raise my merciless longsword.
ですからどうかバトラも
So, Battler, I ask the same of you.
私に慈悲などかけぬように。
Show no mercy towards me.
分かってるぜ。
I know. Over here, like, Jesus, Lambda, how abusive can you be with your GF and again, Burn isn't any better. Yeah, they're both awful, which is why I'm, like, not surprised they're both, trying to manipulate something in the same direction.
手加減なんかしたらこっちの頭が叩き割られちまうぜ。
If I go easy on you, I'll have my own head smashed in.
ゲーム版での私はベルンカステル教の子がフルドエリカの手先も同然です。
On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Berncastle's piece and Furudo Erika's agent.
これからも敵として何度も立ちはだかるでしょう。
In the future, I will likely block your way as an enemy many times.
しかし私の心は本来
However,
忠実です。
no. However, in my heart, I am always neutral.
いや忘れてください。
No, please forget that. I'm not gonna forget it now.
そんなことはあなたと私の関係においては何の意味もない。
It has no bearing on the nature of our relationship.
あるぜ。
It does.
強敵であることは間違いないが、あんたをムカつきはしなくなった。
There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore.
エリカのやつは最高にムカつく。
Unlike that Erika, who totally pisses me off. Oh no, things are so bad that Battler is agreeing with Dan. Next, Battler is gonna say hashtag blame Shannon.
よかった。
I am glad.
私もフルドエリカにはムカついています。
I also find Furudo Erika to be obnoxious. Who's this Orpal girl? This is Delanner A. Knox. Delanner is Ronald backwards. Like Ronald Knox, the guy behind Knox's Commandments of mystery fiction. She is an inquisitor. She is an inquisitor of heaven. So she's like an agent of God. And so she's a piece that Berncastle hired. And she's got two sidekicks that look like this. It wouldn't be Umineko Day if you didn't hurt yourself but you accidentally bleed. You stubbed your toe and your toenails like no! Your toe! Go get some peroxide on that thing. Get some peroxide on the thing. Go take care of that. Hydrate. Thank you. Hello, Tess. And a stretch. I needed that. Thank you. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Tess. Welcome, welcome. You look so cozy. I also find Furudo Erika to be obnoxious. Lanner's expression finally softened slightly. Really hot and you were a pancake? It's weirdly not very hot today. Episode 8 would like a word with you, Glanner? Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure what to take from that. Erica Dlanner ship? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of cloudy today, so it's weirdly not boiling hot in Vegas. I'll find out. Okay. But yeah, you guys stay cool, drink lots of water, use sunscreen. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other.
フルドエリカはとても邪悪な存在です。
Urudo Erika is a very evil creature.
先ほどの敗北で面目を潰され、復讐心に燃えたぎっています。
After her recent defeat and loss of face, she is burning with a desire for revenge.
何を企んでいるのか、私にもわかりません。
Even I cannot tell what she is plotting.
ですが、ろくなことのわけがない。
However, it cannot be anything good.
注意してください。
Please take care.
ベルンカステルの困った時点で気を許す気はないぞ。
Just knowing she's Berncastle's piece means I'm not gonna let my guard down. Glanner nodded as though satisfied, left the eaves of the arbor and walked out into the rain.
あのような邪悪の手先を務めることになろうとは。
Who could have thought that I would end up serving as an agent of such evil? So Dlanner said that what she considers evil is concealing a result, as opposed to concealing the process of something that causes a result. So what does that mean? What result is being concealed? You mean like whatever the heck Lambda and Berncastle are planning for the reason why they're leaving a possibility for Kinzo to exist, and concealing what objective that is towards, maybe? Take it as Glanner being a hypocrite. You'll see what you mean in a few months. Okay, and I'll see you in a few months.
どうして私はこの世界に呼ばれ
Why was I called to this world? Glanner let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given. That function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey Berncastle, the player in control of her.
呼んだのはベルンカステル教かもしれ
Lady Berncastle may be the one who called you here.
ない。しかしこの世界に受け入れたのはベアトです。
However, the one who let you into this world is Beato.
この子が望まなければあなたは迷路庭園を抜けここへは至れなかったのだから。
Soon. If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze to arrive here.
ベアト
Right. Beato?
ミス・ベアトリーチェ、あなたは私に何を求められるのか。
Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me?
邪悪の手先とし
I
て
have to
の
help
私が
fishermen at work in this heat, so you're gonna be suffering here soon. Oh! You can do it, Rep! I believe in you. Stay cool if you can. I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be an agent of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Leonard disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. So, no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to? Yes.
ドラノールをここへ呼んだのはこの子なのですよ。
She is the one who called Dlanner here.
ベアトがあいつをここへ呼び俺に会わせたのか。
So, Beato called her here to meet me. But I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. Ange. I miss you, Ange. In the last game, Ange reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato desired?
ここに私がいて、あなたがいることも、
That I am here. That you are here.
ベアトがいることも、
That Beato is here.
そしてドラノールが招かれたことも、
And that Dlanner was invited here.
すべてはこの子が望んだことなのです。
All of these things occurred because she wanted them to.
ドラノールとあなたが過ごしたこのささやかな紅茶の時間さえも、
Even the bit of time that you and Dlanner spent together drinking tea.
ベアト、俺はあいつから何を知れと言うんだ。
Beato. What was I supposed to learn from her?
それがお前の心臓を探し出し、安らかに眠らせることと関係。
Does it have something to do with finding your heart? And letting you rest in peace? Dlanner A. Knox. The natural enemy of witches. Inquisitor. A vanguard of mystery. Who denies fantasy. Is she here to help me gouge out your heart and arrest your breathing? Please stand.
片足で
On one leg. Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a loud thump, Erika shoved her from behind with both hands. Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
立ってください。
Please stand.
片足で
On one leg. Mean girl. Cornelia rose shakily. Then, once again, she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to try to keep her balance. So she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them. Because she was forbidden to do even that.
立ってください。
Please stand.
片足で
On one leg. Thump. Thud.
立ってください。
Please stand.
片足で
On one leg. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. thump, thud. Erika repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erika hated counting things. So she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erika's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything. Oh no. So the torture continued on without end. Erika didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to protect the window. So the whole time since then, she had been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat.
緊急謹んで申し上げ立てまつる
For your attention, I beg to state the
コ
following.
ーネリアの咎を許したまえ
Please forgive Cornelia for her failing. It was Berncastle's fault.
すでに彼女の咎のみそぎには十分なり
Or Berncastle's. I mean, or Orlando Delta's. She has already performed sufficient penance.
ああ、そうですか。
Oh, is that
で
so?
は、ここからはあなたが代わってください。
Then please take her place from now on.
ガートルードに咎はなきなりや。
Gertrude bears no sin for which to repent.
ガートルード、立
Gertrude,
ってください。
please stand
片足で、
on one leg.
両手は後ろで組むように。
Clasp your hands behind you. Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
耐えて踏みとどまってはダメですよ。
You mustn't resist or try to keep your balance.
膝を折ることも許しません。
You are not permitted to bend your knees.
涙をこぼすことも許しませんから。
You are not permitted to shed any
いい
tears.
ですね。
Do you understand?
御意
As you wish.
ガートルード、
Gertrude. Erika took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst in a bright light and disappeared. Delanner had returned at some point and sent them back to heaven for the time being, thank God. Erika, who had had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Delanner.
ミス・エリカ、我が部下の咎は上司の私が背負います。
Miss Erika, I will bear the punishment for my subordinate as her superior.
どうか部下をお許しください。
Please have mercy upon her.
ノーサンキューです。
No, thank you. No, thank you です。
お仕置きってのは苦痛を与えるから意味があるんです。
Punishment is meaningful because of the pain it inflicts.
傷一つつかない無痛覚の人形女など面白くもなんともありません。
There's nothing remotely interesting about punishing an unfeeling dull girl that can't receive a single scratch. Erika slowly grabbed hold of the back of Delanner's hair and tugged on it unrelentingly. Delanner's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking.
傷はつきませんが傷つきはします。
I cannot be harmed, but I can be hurt.
あんたに傷つく心なんてあるわけもないです。
As if you have feelings to hurt.
魔女狩り殺人人形の分際で
You witch hunting murder doll.
私に口答えする気ですか
Are you trying to talk back to me?
大ベルンカステル教の使者にして分身のこの私に
Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Berncastle? No.
あんたらが使えないから私がベルンカステル教にお叱りを受けるんです
I am being reprimanded by Lady Berncastle because you people are useless.
二度と無様な真似は見せないでください
Never demonstrate such miserable incompetence again.
いいですね
Are we understood? She pulled back the hair she had grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Delanner any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erika's ill will.
失礼しました。
My
お
apologies.
許しください。
Please forgive me.
クズが
Filth. With a sound like taut strings snapping, she ripped out several strands of Dlanner's hair. Then Erika waved her hand about as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
まあいいです。
Well, that's enough.
これで終わりにします。
I'm done.
ようやく私の怒りも収まり、灰色の脳細胞がうずいてきましたから。
My anger has finally subsided and my little gray cells are tingling again.
あの使えない二人を呼び戻して現場の再構築をしてください。
Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene.
推理ゲームを始めましょう。
Let's start the deduction game.
わかりました。
Understood.
ガートルード、コーネリ
Gertrude, Cornelia.
よい
As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Dlanner and reconstructed the crime scene for Erika, the one who had just been tormenting them.
金蔵の失踪なんて第一の晩のおまけでしかありません。
Kinzo disappearing was nothing more than an added bonus for the first Twilight.
さあ、第一の晩の検証を始めましょう。
Let's start investigating the first Twilight proper.
とその前に、
Oh, before that,
実は私たちは殺人事件の発生以前から一つの謎を突きつけられていることをご存知ですか？
are you aware that we were actually presented with a mystery before the murders even occurred?
はい。
Yes.
昨夜の24時に何者かのノックによって現れた片翼のわしの刻まれた手紙ですか？
You mean the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at midnight last night along with a knock by some person?
そうです。
That's right.
一見物語がその瞬間に人間の誰にも不可能であったとか。
Oops. The tale appears to describe that it was impossible for any of the humans at that
い
moment,
つの魔女が存在しているかのような幻想を作り出しています。
creating the illusion that an unknown witch exists.
まずはこの魔女幻想を叩き潰すことから始めましょう。
Let's start by crushing this witch illusion.
手紙が届けられた昨晩の食堂の状況から確認していきます。
We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered.
了解です。
Understood.
ガートルード、コーネリ
Gertrude, Cornelia.
ア、昨晩の食堂の親族会議を再構築。
Reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall.
よい
As you wish. A family conference last night was conducted with the adult relatives and Battler present. And partway through, the servants arrived to serve tea.
手紙が現れた瞬間の全員の立ち位置を確認しましょうか。
Let's review everyone's whereabouts at the exact moment the letter appeared.
来ましたね。
How did that go again?
近景謹んで申し上げる
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the
親
following.
族会議以前エリカジョージジェシカマリアナンジーゴーダクマサワは屋敷より退出しゲストハウスへ移動
Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house.
近景謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
残りはクラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人のみが2階廊下におり。
Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor,
それ以外の全員は食堂におりしこと申し上げたてまする。
while all others were in the dining hall. Another one of these.
屋敷は親族会議に先んじて全て施錠されていたため、
Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance of the family conference,
それ以外の人間は屋敷に入ることができ きません。
Everyone else was unable to enter the mansion, but can you say that in red?
おやおや、
Aha!
屋敷内の誰にも食堂の扉をノックして手紙を置くことはできないということになりますね。
That would mean that no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed the letter there, right?
そうなります。
Yes.
その人物こそが手紙を記した魔女ベアトリーチェであり、人の文字柄の不調でしょう。
The witch side will probably say that this person is the same who wrote that letter, the witch, Beatrice.
バカバカしい
Ridiculous.
くだらないトリックです。
A stupid trick.
手紙が24時の瞬間に置かれた保証はありません。
There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at the stroke of midnight.
それ以前にもう置かれていたと考えるのが常識的です。
It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier.
手紙が発見されるほんの数分前にシャノンとカノンは給仕に呼んでいます。
Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Kanon came in to serve tea.
二人を迎え入れる際、廊下に手紙などの不審物が一切なかったことを複数が確認しています。
When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway.
100万人なかったクラウス、ナツヒ、ゲンジのうちの誰かが
Most likely one of those not in the dining hall, Kraus, Natsuki, or
その
Genji,
直後に隙を見て手紙を置いただけのことでしょう。
simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there.
いえいえ、ゲストハウスに行ったはずの人物でも可能です。
No, in fact, it would have been possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house, too.
屋敷は施錠され、外部の人間が入れなかったそうですが、
We've heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get
ゲ
in.
ストハウスに戻ったふりをして屋敷内にこっそりと隠れていた人物
But if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the
そ
mansion,
の人物が手紙を置いたとしても何ら問題はありません。
it's perfectly possible that they could have placed the letter there.
ヒント
For your attention,
青き真実有効な
blue truth, valid.
となると問題はノックです。
In that case, the problem is the knock.
手紙と違い、ノックの瞬間にその場に存在しなくてはなりません。
Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock.
なるほど。それこそが魔女という名のいないはずの人物が存在する証拠だった。
I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed.
実にバカバカしいにも程がある。
This is completely
その
ridiculous.
程度でこのクルダエリカが屈服するとでも
Do they think that this is all it takes to get me, Furudo Erika, to surrender?
まずノックが確かに食堂の扉を叩いたものなのか疑います。
Firstly, I question whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all.
例えばですが、屋敷の構造上、2階の特定の柱を叩くと音が柱を伝わり、
For example, the mansion's construction may be such that when a certain pillar on the second floor is struck, the noise is transmitted down the
食
pillar.
堂の人間はあたかも扉をノックされたかのように誤認してしまうとか、
And it sounds just like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall.
あるいは偶然何かの音をノックと聞き間違え、同様に誤認してしまうとか。
Or they could have misheard some other random sound as a knock and misconstrued it in a similar way.
あるいはノック音を録音したテープがこっそり再生されていて、
Or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it could have been secretly playing,
それがちょうどあのタイミングで聞こえるように細工されていたのかもしれない。
which had been carefully set up to be heard at exactly that time.
いずれにせよ扉の向こうに誰もいなくてもノックを聞かせる方法なんて
In that case, even if no one was on the other side of the
誰
door,
でも考えられます。
I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock. Drive-by greeting, hey Charybdis! We're deducting.
いかがです我が主
How is that? My master!
我が推理
What do you think of my reasoning?
だそうだけどいかが
Well, you heard her. How did she do?
エルの可愛い子なの精一杯頑張って考えた青き真実みたいだから
Well, it looks like your cute little piece gave it her all to think up these blue truths.
まあよく赤き真実をサービスしちゃおっかしら
So I guess I'll be nice and give out a few red truths myself.
まずは手紙から行こうかしら
I guess I'll start with the letter.
24時の大時計の鐘の時に鳴ったノック
There was that knock when the large clock struck midnight.
そして扉を開けたらそこに置かれていた片翼の端の封筒の手紙
And when the door was opened, there lay a letter in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle.
客間にいなかった人間がこっそりと廊下に置いていったのだろうという想像は実に王道よね
The idea that the people who weren't in the dining hall secretly placed the letter in the hallway is such an old one, right?
クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人はその手紙に触れてさえいない
Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter.
へえ
Oh-ho.
じゃあシャノン・カノンが救助に訪れて扉を閉じる瞬間に最後に食堂に入った最後尾の人間は誰
Then... When Shannon and Konon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall?
例えばカノン
Let's say it was Konon.
最後尾のカノンが扉を閉めるときにこっそりポトリと手紙を落とせば簡単じゃない
Wouldn't it be easy if Konon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door?
食堂の全員の誰もいえもっとシンプルな言い方をするわ24時の時点で屋敷内にいた誰一人
Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight,
あの手紙を廊下に置いた者はいないの
not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway.
触れた者はいないという言い方はできないわけ
So you can't say that no one touched it.
そりゃそうでしょ
Of course
彼
not.
らは拾って触れたわ
They touched it when they picked it up.
触れてないとまでは言えるわけない
Of course I can't say none of them touched it.
なるほど
I see.
じゃあこういう解釈だわ
Then let's interpret it this way.
24時の時点で屋敷外に存在した何者かがあらかじめ手紙を廊下以外の場所に置いたんだ
Someone who existed outside of the mansion at midnight placed the letters somewhere other than the hallway beforehand.
そして何らかの方法でそれが移動して最終的に廊下に置かれ
Then it moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway.
仮の想像ですが例えば使用人たちが押してきた
Just as an example, let's say it was deliberately stuck to the underside
お茶
of
の道具を積んだ配膳車の壁の裏側に貼り付けられていたとか
the underside of the serving cart carrying the tea set, which the servants wheeled into the room.
それが時間が経てば剥がれてしまうような簡単な接着
It was simply affixed there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time.
それはやがて剥がれ落ちて存在しないはずの魔女が置いていった手紙となる
Such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't
つ
exist.
まり時間差で手紙が剥がれる
Erica's drowning! Rejoice! She's drowning in the text box! In other words, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time. Good, leave her to die. For your attention.
青き真実
Blue truth. Valid.
ちょうど都合よく 食堂の扉の前に落ちたのは犯人の幸運だっただけという。
In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck.
下手をすればそこは厨房か廊下かはたまた食堂の中だったかもしれません。
It could easily have fallen in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall itself. Oh, good.
食堂の中ならば随分と素敵ですね。
If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful.
全員の監視の中、突然床に手紙が現れる。
Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor.
食堂という密室に忽然とその場の誰も触れていないという赤を維持したまま。
And a red stating it appeared suddenly in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone there, wouldn't even be violated.
お見事です。
Well done.
配膳者の角に手紙を貼り付ける行為なら誰が犯人か可能です。
If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit.
手紙についてはまずね。
That might work okay for the letter.
でもそれと同じ論法がノックについても通用するかしら。
But will that same type of argument work for the knock as well?
じゃあもう一度同じやり取りをしようかしら。
Let's try this again, shall we?
どうぞ。
Please, go ahead.
クラウス、ナツキ、現地の3人はノックをしていない。
Neither Kraus, nor Natsuhi, nor Genji knocked.
これは扉だけはノックしていないという限定的な意味じゃないわよ。
This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay?
音が伝わる柱だろうと録音したカセットテープの再生ボタンだろうと。
It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound,
ないという意味。
or push the play button on a cassette tape they'd recorded, or create that knock sound by any
無
means.
論直接的にも間接的にも意図的にも偶発的にも無意識的にもね。
Of course, this includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional
す
means.
でにくさびを打っているけど繰り返すね。
This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it.
クラウス、ナツキ、現地たち3人以外の誰かがね。
Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji made that knock.
あるいはノックと誤認させる音を発生させたのかもしれない。
Or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock.
緊急、謹んで申し上げたてまする。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
24時の時点で2階廊下にいたクラウス、ナツキ、現地の3人と
At 2400 hours, except for Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor.
食堂にいた全員以外の一切の人間は屋敷内に存在しなかったので申し上げたてまする。
And all of the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion.
緊急謹んで申し上げる。
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
クラウス、ナツキ、現地の3人に加え食堂の全員もまたノックしていないと申し上げる。
In addition to Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked. That was too excessive of a denial. If the knock would have happened, if they were not there, you could say they were the cause of the knock if indirectly. Okay, Charybdis is cooking.
このノックとはノック音を生み出す直接的、間接的、意図的、無意識的、偶発的な全てを含めるものなの。
Where knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. But that's created by a person. So what if it was not created by any person? What if like a bird hit the window or something? A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with intent to make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. But that's by people. If it's by like a bird, like who's to say?
ノック音の発生源とはなり得ないという意味です。
In other words, it is impossible for anyone who was in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound.
そしてこの全員とは誰も把握していない観測されていない人物であったとしても含みます。
In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. Anyone who was in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who is secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed. I mean, there is a typhoon going on outside. Objects could be knocking around in the wind, and something could have hit the side of the mansion, and somebody could have thought it was a knock.
なるほど。
I see.
どうひっくり返そうともいわゆるゲストハウス組にしかノック音の生成は不可能。
Oh, but those people also weren't in the mansion. I guess somebody could have hit the side of the building from the outside. So no matter how much I toy with it, the only ones who could possibly have produced the knocking sound are those in what we might call the guest house group.
例えば私
Like me, for example.
このフルドエリカがカセットテープにノック音を録音し
What if I, Furudo Erika, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette
そ
tape?
れをどこかにこっそり仕掛けちょうど24時頃に再生されるような仕掛けを施したので
Secretly installed it somewhere and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight.
もちろん24時の時点では屋敷にはいないわ
Of course, I wasn't in the mansion at midnight.
これなら何も問題ないじゃないですか
There aren't any problems with this, are there?
問題ないです
There are no
し
problems.
かし扉の前に手紙があればこそノックがその存在を教えるきっかけとなりますが
However, the knock serves to alert everyone to the existence of the letter, and does so precisely because the letter is on the other side of the door.
もし厨房などに手紙が落下していたらノックが手紙の存在を教えるものにはならなかったように思います
If the letter had fallen in the kitchen, for instance, I do not think that the knock would have served to inform anyone of the letter's existence. If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location of the letter that fell was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice due to the knock only because it had fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen, or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they had just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself carries no message at all. Only in combination with the letter is the knock capable of asserting that someone existed there. In that case, the knock can't be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of a serving cart at a random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. A bit extra for a knock, don't you think, Erika? Yeah, I guess. Okay, this is an interesting thinker. What do you guys think?
この廊下に置いたという赤ももっと細かく言い直すわ
I'll reword that red about placing it in the hallway a bit.
屋敷内の誰手紙を廊下に置いた者はいない
No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway.
それは直接的間接的意図的偶発的無意識的すべての概念だよ
That goes for every conceivable possibility. Directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally.
例えば配電車に停車すると手紙が落ちるという仕掛けがあったと仮定する。
For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving.
これならば食堂の扉でノックするために一度停車するだろうことが事前に予見できるから。
The culprit could predict that the cart would probably stop when those two knocked on the door to the dining
うまい
hall.
こと扉の前に手紙を落とせるように思えるかもしれない。
So you might think that with this theory, you could cleverly make it so that the letter drops right in front of the door.
しかしこれもダメなの？
But even this doesn't work,
配
okay?
電車を停車させることが廊下に手紙を置くという行為を間接的に示している。
The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway.
よってこれでは台車を押していたシャノンとカノンが間接的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう。
That would mean that Shannon and Kanon, who were pushing the cart indirectly and unintentionally, placed the letter there.
だからこれもダメ。
So even this is no good.
さらに言うと時間が経てば剥がれて落ちる仕掛けも
Furthermore, any setup so the letter peels off with the passage of time
そこまで配電車を押した人間によって偶発的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう。
would mean that the people who pushed the serving cart to that location coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there.
もちろんこれもダメ。
Of course, this is also no good.
復唱要求
Repetition requested.
24時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジー、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. Say, if someone in the dining hall slipped out the window for just for the instant of midnight, and didn't exist in the mansion at that time, with a bit of wordplay like that, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
復唱要求？
Repetition request?
今よく後をサービスしてるからってちょっと欲張りすぎじゃない？
I know I'm being a bit generous with the red, but aren't you getting a bit greedy?
私ベアトみたいにバカじゃないから
I'm not an idiot like
相
Beato,
手の求める復唱にペラペラ答えたりなんかしないわよ。
so I'm not gonna go blabbing all the repetitions my opponent asks for.
今度お風呂でマシュマロとコンペイトーのスクラブで練習をしてあげる。
I'll give you a full body massage scrub and a bath with marshmallows and competo sometime
生
soon.
皮はげるくらいゴリゴリと
Hard enough to rub your skin off.
絶対よ約束だからね。ジュルリ
Now you've got to keep that promise. Sold. Yeah, they're gay.
じゃあいいわサービスしちゃう。
All right, then here's a freebie. She's like, that's a promise.
復唱要求に答えるわ。
I'll respond to your repetition request.
24時の時点で
Oh my god.
屋敷以外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジョー、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. So, what I'm thinking is, maybe whoever set up the letter, like maybe on the ceiling, above the dining hall door on the outside. You existed outside the mansion. I think maybe now you doubt yourself. Okay, so if one of this outside crew, like Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, or Kumasawa, set up the letter so it was on the ceiling, kind of precariously placed above the door, but nobody would really notice it because nobody's looking up. What if it's like somewhat precariously placed that it just needs a bit of an impact to be knocked loose and fall to the floor? What if that coincides with the knock? What if somebody like impacts from the outside? But that would have to be a big impact for the shockwave to travel through the wall of the mansion. I guess if somebody outside the mansion set up some kind of timed booby trap that both knocked and dropped the letter, it would work. Yeah, what if the knock was the delivery method, like a carrier pigeon knocking itself out on the door? Yeah, that's what I'm starting to think, that the knock was part of the delivery. But the thing is, if it was a bird, one, how did it get in from outside? And two, I think people would have noticed if there is a bird out cold on the floor. In other words, try as we might, those 8 people, including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. So whatever it is, I think it's one of the guest house crew set something up ahead of time to go off at midnight. And it might not even have required them to be present even outside the mansion. If it was like on a timer. Much less in front of the door. And at the same time, try as we might, those who were inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. God damn it, Erika, that's what I was just saying. You can't rip me off. That's literally what I was just saying. You can't steal my theory. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it. That's exactly what I was thinking! This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor. Erika, watch me. No! And you can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. That's exactly what I said. Fuck. Good job, me. Yeah, but what about the knock, you bitch? For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. Alright, well, fuck. That red sword just cut my theory in half. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart. Who cares about that? The point is, some human outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. Okay, that's kind of where I went to after the ceiling thing. I know what you're trying to do, use that letter and knock to argue that Beatrice exists. Well, it definitely won't work on Furudo. Erika! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Interesting. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. Then obviously this was set up before the family conference.
じゃあ親族会議以前に屋敷以外に何者か
Well, Erica, stop repeating what I say. Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of gimmick before the family conference.
天井と配膳者以外でです
Something other than the ceiling or the serving cart.
金系青き真実無効なりや
For your attention, Blue Truth invalid.
なんでですか
Why?
それしかないでしょ
That's the only possibility,
天
right?
井と配膳者以外の誰かに屋敷以外の誰かが何か仕掛けをしたのよ
Someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick other than the ceiling or the serving cart.
金系
For your attention,
その何かを特定もしくは仮定せぬ限り青き真実とは認められぬものなり
unless you can specify or hypothesize what kind of trick, it will not be recognized as Blue Truth.
金系
Yeah, maybe that's why her text didn't come up as blue. That's funny. For your attention.
手紙についてもエリカ卿の青き真実すべて失われたものなの
Lady Erika's blue truths regarding the letter have all been destroyed. Oh, she's taking another L.
全て失われたです
All
って
been destroyed?
言い方にもう少し気を使ってください使えない家具の皆さん
Take a little more care how you speak to me, you useless furniture.
その仕掛けを思いつきさえすれば即座にチェックメイトなんです
If I can just think of that trick, it's an instant checkmate.
それを全て失われた
All
青
been
き真実は
destroyed?
無効
Blue truth invalid?
この
I am
フルドエリカによくもそんな口を
I am the detective, Furudo Erika. How dare you speak to me like that? Erika's face twisted. These words that seemed to deny Erika, no, Erika's deductions were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
ミスエリカ手紙の謎は一度保留してはいかがです
Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the mystery of the letter for
ノ
now?
ックの推理屋敷以外の何者かがカセットテープなどで聞かせたとする青き鎖は未だに有効です
Your blue stake regarding the knock. Someone outside the mansion played it with a cassette tape. Is still valid.
音が叶う手紙の音不可能ではないです
If it was possible to solve the noise, then it should be possible to solve the letter as well. As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Lanner stopped her with those words.
そうですノックについては私の青き真実
That's
まだ
right.
有効なはずです
My blue truth regarding the knock is still valid.
全てを否定されてなんていません
It's not true that everything's been denied.
我が主手紙の謎は
My master,
必ずや解いてみせます
I will solve the mystery of the letter without fail.
お時間の猶予をお許しください
Please allow me more time.
しかしノックの謎については確かにここに
However, on the mystery of the knock, I've produced results.
屋敷以外の人物がカセットテープなどでノック音を聞かせる仕掛けを施したとする青きくさびでうがちました
I've driven in the blue stake that... Someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play.
本当に可愛い子ねベルンのコマは
Baron, your piece really is a cute kid.
本当にけなげだわ
Very lively.
とりあえず2つの謎のうち1つは高3だけど1つは解けたからお許しをって叫んでいる
She's shouting for your forgiveness, saying she may have resigned on one of the riddles, but she did solve the other.
どうする許してあげる
What are you going to do? Will you forgive her?
そうね
Well, let me see.
私の駒の分際で高3なんて外さない
Normally, I'd never forgive one of my pieces for the utter disgrace of surrendering. Sorry, Erika, Battler does Blue's Clues better. Get her ass! Hey! Hydrate, alright. Alright, thank you. Hydrate. But if she's managed to solve one of the mysteries, maybe I'll let it slide for now. My master! When Burncastle said she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief.
Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan!
Oh, fuck. Ah! None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. Oh? What's that supposed to mean? Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. I know, it is quite intense for just... There's a knock on a door and a letter. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. Lambda Delta is drowning in her own red text. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it and not a knocking sound. Erika's trying to solve a mystery that happened before the murders, which is, ooh, there was a letter out, there was a knock on the door while people were meeting in the dining hall. And then you open the door and, oh, there's a letter on the ground, which seems very simple. But apparently this is super hard mode. It's supposed to be like, oh, the witch left it there. Oh, and knocked on the door. But apparently Lambda Delta is putting out all this red text like, no, nobody in the mansion put that letter there or knocked on the door. And so Erika thought she had found an explanation for something, and now Lambda Delta is like crushing her. So Erika's taking a fat L right now. So that's no good either. Yep. Yep. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting the door. And they definitely wouldn't mishear it. So that means something did hit the door. It could still be a trick, not on the ceiling, but something that would hit the door. Stella, what are you doing? It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock. What the? But that means at the time the clock struck midnight. Maybe it has something to do with the clock? No one existed who could have hit the door! Something else hit the door. Well, something to keep in mind is that Lambda Delta and Burncastle have completely taken over this game, and we're still in the phase where Battler and Banto have been shut out. Yeah, they ain't loyal, that's for sure, but you can think of, like, as before, Burncastle's kind of in what was Beato's position, and Burncastle is kind of what was in Battler's position, and the Battler who was like in the game board making the deductions is, I think, kind of like what Erika's supposed to be, at least a little bit. And so Lambda Delta is still trying to be like, oh yeah, witches exist. This shit's happening because magic is real. We need opponents. Yeah, but also they're playing against each other, but also they seem to have some kind of motive where they work together on something that's unclear yet. But they are simply playing the game. And so Erika is like the detective on Burncastle's side. So as the detective, she's very proud and wants to solve these deductions and be like, oh no, there's no way this was witches or magic. And so she just had a failure. So she's trying to win back Burncastle's good graces. And so she was making an attempt by trying to solve the letter thing. And now she thought she had a little glimmer of hope, and now Lambda Delta is like beating the shit out of her. Because she's mean. But that means at the time the clock struck midnight, no one existed who could have hit the door. Yeah, they didn't exist. After all, it was the Golden Witch Beatrice who hit it. So in other words, there's no way around this other than hitting the door. So what about this? See, this is what I got to. There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it possible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands. Are you shitting me, Lambda Delta? To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. I won't accept hitting it with some contraption. Are you shitting me? Why is like a letter at the door and a knock the hardest thing so far in this game? If y'all got any theories on how this was possible without witches, let me know. They heard a knock at the same time as the clock struck midnight. Everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it at that time. And none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Alright, simply, before the murders, at the stroke of midnight, there was a big meeting of people in the dining hall. And the people inside the dining hall heard a knock, so they went to investigate, and there was a letter, like quote unquote, from the witch outside the door. And so we're trying to figure out how the letter got to be in front of the door when nobody had spotted it earlier, and how the knock was made. And Lambda Deltas and Gertrude, etc., have put out so many so much red text that it's like it couldn't have been anyone inside the mansion. Couldn't have done it even accidentally, even without knowledge. It was not produced. It was not the result of any sort of human who's inside the mansion at midnight. There are some people outside the mansion at midnight. However, apparently the letter wasn't stuck to the ceiling. It wasn't stuck to a serving cart. As to how it got to the front of the door with certainty. And then apparently a hand knocked on the door, but nobody inside the mansion could have had a hand that knocked on the door. We got a third of the way to the treasure map mount. Oh, we got Fen. Oh, awesome. Sounds great. How do you think Burn felt after 1,000 years of Higurashi? Just like this? Oh man. She's saying some people snuck inside around midnight. No, she said nobody inside the mansion could have done this. So even people who were sneaking. So, like, nobody physically inside the mansion could have knocked on the door or put the letter. Let's go gambling? Awesome. All right, Dan, can you figure this out? And now, apparently, knocking means somebody took their hand and knocked on the door. A hand knocked, but no one did it. Yes. How is this possible? Was there a mannequin hand? Maybe it was a contraption with a mannequin hand? Did they take Kinzo's corpse and have his fist knock on the door? And none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. What if the... but this is before the murders. This is straight up before the murders. You need the red text listed out. Okay, I can do that. All right. So we're trying to find out simply before the murders at midnight, there was a knock at the dining hall door, and there was a knock at the dining hall door, and a letter was placed in front of, they opened the door and found a letter. All right, so red text, we got before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all the others were in the dining hall. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter. Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. Neither Kraus, nor Natsuhi, nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door. It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound, or push the play button on a cassette tape they'd recorded, or create that knock sound by any means. Of course, that includes the all direct, indirect, coincidental, and unintentional means. At midnight, except for Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor, all of the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion. In addition to Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked, where knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. In other words, it is impossible for anyone who was in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound. In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. That goes for every conceivable possibility. Directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. No one in the mansion at midnight. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. Misidentifying a knocking sound means this: they would not mistake a sound similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it and not a knocking sound. So that's no good either. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting a door, and they would definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting the door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock. To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. Let's see if there's anything else I missed. Yeah, that's it. So, hold on a second. I think I've seen a few things here. You're gonna say, Erica, you idiot, a tape has noise in it, so of course I would identify a recording. So most of this red text has to do with the letter. It didn't say that they didn't knock. Not a single one of them placed the letter. It didn't say they didn't knock. Okay, Kraus, Nazi, Genji, they didn't knock. But they never said anybody inside the dining hall didn't knock. And you could argue that it would have been obvious if someone went to the door and knocked on it, but they were all discussing with the family conference. Maybe somebody stepped away. Whoever opened the door, maybe they went and knocked on it from inside the room, and they were in cahoots with somebody outside the mansion who set up a way for the letter to happen to drop there. But also, it didn't say in red that it didn't say in red that the letter didn't exist there. Nobody noticed it, but it wasn't placed there. I don't know if we got to that part. I forgot if it's been a few weeks. I forgot if they even told us what was in it. Not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. Okay. I've got an idea. Maybe the letter was there, but something, if it says blame Shannon, we know who to blame. Apparently it's impossible for it to be Shannon, because Shannon was inside the mansion and nobody inside the mansion could have done it. But maybe, oh no, she couldn't, maybe she was the one who knocked on the door. Because the only thing left, I think, is like somebody inside the dining hall knocked on the door. Somebody who already knew the letter would be there, who was in cahoots with somebody outside the mansion, who had maybe set the letter there beforehand and hid it. Because I don't think there's been any red text that said that the letter wasn't there beforehand. Hello, Kusen, thank you for 23 months! Ah! So it's possible that the letter was just there on the floor this whole time, but hidden. Maybe like under the carpet, like a little thing was on. I don't know. And it's something like some kind of device made it like appear. Because Lambda Delta was like, I wouldn't let any device happen for knocking the door, but she didn't talk about a device hiding and then having the letter reappear. How's it going? Great. Pretty great. I just got back from a great trip to Canada. And now I'm trying to brain tease this. And I think that's about as far as I've gotten is somebody inside the dining hall knocked on the door while everybody else wasn't looking and pretended to be like, oh, who's that? And you only live about an hour away from Canada. I was probably pretty close to where you were. I went to Niagara Falls. What if? Around 4 hours from you. Yeah! So I was pretty close. And none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. They all heard that. I think it's been said that all the people in the dining hall heard the knocking sound. But yeah, Lambda Delta is just talking about people who were outside of the dining hall. She still hasn't denied that someone inside the dining hall could have knocked on the door. No one else existed inside the mansion. And a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and knocking it with a hand. Yeah, clearly somebody inside the dining hall knocked on it when everybody wasn't looking and then maybe like jumped back or something. Hey, Burn! Or maybe somebody happened to be standing by the door and knocked on it and simply pretended not to have and was like, oh, I'll open it. Hey, Burn, what do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty uncomplicated and enjoyable for something before the first Twilight? Lambda Delta, this is like one of the most high difficulty things we've done so far. The Golden Witch descended quietly with a knocking sound. This is interesting. This really is fascinating, Lambda. Now we're talking. Oh, this is great. The two witches doubled over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world. The smug face in it, right? My master! Have no fear! As long as my little gray cells are given the time, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red. You're nothing but a piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the peace tray and gather dust or something. Pretty much, yeah. It's painful to even reserve space in my memory for useless pieces.
ベルが忘れっぽいからね。
Burn is pretty forgetful.
もうちょっと頑張らないとベルに忘れられちゃうわよ。
If you don't try a little harder, Burn's gonna forget you, you know? Did she create a servant just to bully her? I don't know, it's possible.
忘却の駒置き場で永遠に埃にまみれながら決してこの出番を待つのって。
You'll collect dust in that forgotten peace tray, awaiting your turn that will never come. Like Jessie in Toy Story.
でも辛いと思うけど。
I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think? Burn may be seriously despicable. I'm starting to get that impression.
ご安心を。大楽なデリカ君。そして輪があるし。
Have no fear, great Lady Lambda Delta and my master.
お気に入りいただくことができるよう二度と失望させる活躍を約束いたします。
I promise to deliver such a spectacular performance to earn your approval that you will never be disappointed in me again.
あ、さすがは私の分身。頼もしい。
Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all.
なら本当に頑張ってね。いろいろ。
Then you'd better make sure you do work hard in all kinds of ways.
あまり活躍がないと私、あなたのこと忘れちゃうかもしれないんだから。
If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. But then again, who knows if she doesn't have a redemption arc or a love intrigue down the road? I guess we'll find out. I'm pretty sure Lambda Delta's her love intrigue, but I guess we'll find out. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she resigned herself to that, she would literally have no place to go and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erika endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of her master who was ignoring her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Furudo Erika. I am the peace and double and servant of the great Lady Burncastle. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely. Shinomiya Battler! How dare you humiliate me so? Frederica Burncastle, yeah. That's her. As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go... I've still got to look up who she is. As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go stand on her own in the hallway. The crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. So now we had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. It's brunch! Y'all are having brunch! Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between invigorated and insane, as though she had come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention.
おい、どうした？
Hey, what's up?
大丈夫か？
Are you okay?
わかりました。
わかりました。
I've got it! I've got it!
私にわからないとお思いですか？
Did you think I wouldn't be able to work it out?
わかりましたもん。そんなバカなことあるわけがない。
Oh, I understand perfectly well. There's no way something so stupid could happen. With an ugly expression covered with cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Battler.
分かったって
You've got it?
何が
Got what?
あなたが3階の書斎から飛び降りられるわけなんかないじゃないですか。
There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study.
私たちは誰一人あんたが飛び降り中庭に着地したところなんて見てないんですから。
Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard.
あなたは中庭からはしごをかけて3階の窓にルドルフさんが登るのを見ていた時。
When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph's-san go up it to the third story
その
window.
外壁の
Oh yeah, that
構造を
did
よく
happen.
観察し、雨どいなどをうまく伝えば3階の窓から中庭に降りることは不可能じゃないと気づいたんです。
You closely observed the structure of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutters and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from the third floor
あな
window.
たは飛び降りてなんかいない。
You didn't jump
雨
down.
どいなどを伝え、みっともなく外壁を這い降りたんです。
You used the rain gutters and so on and clambered down the outer wall like a loser.
どうです？私の青き真実は。さあ、反論は？
What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, where's your rebuttal?
反論って
My rebuttal?
反論はない。
You have no rebuttal?
ならば、私の真実は有効ですね。
Then my truth is valid, yes?
ほら、見たことか。
Someone's butt hurt. Oh yeah. There, you see.
かっこつけて飛び降りたように見えたのは全て幻想。
It may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was all an illusion.
あんたはかっこつけて飛び出し、雨どいにしがみついただけなんです。
All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter.
あの時の論点はじい様が書斎を脱出可能だった。
My argument then was about whether it was possible for grandfather to escape from the study, remember? You just proved a way it could have
そし
happened.
てじい様は窓から抜け出すことも可能だ。
And it was possible for grandfather to escape through the
俺
window.
はそれを証明しただけだぜ。
All I did was prove that.
飛び降りようが這い降りようがそれは変わらねえはずだがな。
Whether either of us jumped down or clambered down makes no difference. You didn't prove that he could have left, you only proved he could have left.
はぐらかさないでください。
Don't try to change the subject.
人間風情が3階から飛び降りられるはずがないんです。
A mere human can't jump down from the third floor.
それ見たことか。それ見たことか。
How do you like that? How do you like that?
いかがです？我が主、我が推理。
What do you think of my reasoning, my master?
お前疲れてんのか？
Are you short of sleep or something?
飯くらい落ち着いてくれ。
Okay, the CG about that was linked earlier of like Erica like drooling over Burncastle makes a lot more sense now. Erica, anime protags jump from higher and live. Yeah, get her ass. Just calm down and eat your food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erika said. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erika currently in the dining hall had realized that something like this had happened. No one had believed that he'd jumped down from the third floor window in the first place. Real people jump from higher and live. Yeah, and that's Uzaya from Durarara. Even if they hadn't witnessed it directly, So they had no clue what Erika was complaining about and obsessing over all of a sudden. And started to whisper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces.
反論できないでしょ
You can't argue back,
あ
can
な
you?
たの飛び降りは否定された
Your jumping was denied.
私の真実が勝ったんです
My truth won out.
私の青き真実は有効です
My blue truth is valid.
我が主それをどうかお認めください
Please acknowledge this, my
私
master.
は無能ではありません失望もさせません
I am not incompetent or a disappointment.
必ずやこのようにご期待に応えてみせますからどうかお見捨てにならないでください我が主
I will match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled, She looks insane. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. Oh boy. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erika went limp, falling into her seat like a puppet who just had all of its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erika slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit there. No. Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. She looks insane! As if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erika just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erika continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behaving so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out and that they must have just hallucinated Erika's suddenly yelling. So Erika's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream and faded out of everyone's memory. Erika quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, great Lady Burncastle. I am Furudo Erika. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale.
やっぱりナイフとフォークって食器として原始的ですよね。
Oh yes, knives and forks are such primitive utensils, aren't
お
they?
箸が一番です。
Oh, chopsticks are best.
サラダを最も食べやすいのはお箸だとは思いませんか？
They're the easiest way to eat a salad, don't you agree?
皆さん、
Well, everyone? Oh boy. Somebody's not got all their hinges screwed on right. Alright, so it's a bit afternoon. And I think this is a great place to stop. Closet. Oh no.
午前3時にバトラさんのゲストハウスに戻られて。
Oh shit! So we've caught up. This is when Erika's this is when, as far as they got before Battler showed up or something, maybe. Anyway, I'm gonna save here. And yeah, I could have gone longer, but I think I'm a bit worn out from, you know, my big old coming back from my big old trip and being a while since I've streamed much and stuff like that. Why don't we raid Owlin as usual? Playing Tomba Special Edition. Alright, so let's raid Owlin, who recently earned partner. Congratulations. Alright, let's raid Owlin. Alright, thank you guys very much. I'm happy to be back and happy to get things back on track. I hope same rep, same. But yes, thank you guys so much and have a wonderful evening. Hope I go longer next time. I think I probably will. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Good night.